This is fun. Just leave.
Was resurrected just 12 hours later with many rejoicing, but also many very, very skeptical about what happens now. Donald and Melania Trump launched meme coins ahead of the inauguration that skyrocketed to market caps in the tens of billions of dollars. Biden just issued last-second preemptive pardons for Fauci, Liz Cheney, and others against what he called potential revenge by Donald Trump. We're gonna deep dive into some just insane health insurance use you need to know about. And Donald Trump is officially the 47th president of the United States and is signing executive orders right now like it's going out of style. We're talking about all that today on your brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting. But first, before I stress you out and or ruin some of your days, let me make a fun, lighthearted announcement. Because thousands of you took to the comments last week, commenting and liking, saying, you need to turn that into a shirt, Phil. God is testing me and I refuse to study. Shirt. Now. And I listened and as of today turned it into a drop over at beautifulbastard.com, where right now you can snag one of these guys. They come in shirts, crew necks, hoodies. Right, you've got God is testing me and I refuse to study, along with the new A Silly Goose in This Economy line. For good measure, we're also doing a re-release of the You May Not Fuck With Politics, but Politics Will Fuck With You gear in both censored and uncensored versions. All available at beautifulbastard.com this week as we do a special run. But with that all out of the way now, let's start with TikTok. What they're seeing before the app went dark, creators reacting in a number of ways, including just shouting and crying at the loss of TikTok that was coming. Right, for some, it's an entertainment source, a utility, a place to find community. But also for others, whether they be small creators or small businesses, this has become a huge economic source for them. Which is why after it was shut down and then brought back, you had many rejoicing, but also many very, very skeptical. And that seeming to be connected to two main things. One, TikTok's repeated praise of Donald Trump specifically by name, both in the app itself and in online statements saying, among other things, we thank President Trump for providing the necessary clarity and assurance to our service providers that they will face no penalties providing TikTok to over 170 million Americans and allowing over 7 million small businesses to thrive. Two, as that was happening, you had Donald Trump laying out a more specific plan, saying, I will issue an executive order on Monday to extend the period of time before the law's prohibitions take effect so that we can make a deal to protect our national security. And then saying, I would like the United States to have a 50% ownership position in a joint venture. By doing this, we save TikTok, keep it in good hands, and allow it to stay up. Without US approval, there is no TikTok. With our approval, it is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe trillions. With them then continuing, therefore, my initial thought is a joint venture between the current owners and or new owners whereby the US gets a 50% ownership in a joint venture set up between the US and whichever purchase we so choose. Which then had many saying it seemed like he wasn't just being loose with language, saying that it sounds like he wanted to become a state-run social media platform and not just involve a US-based company. With a number of people worried that it was now going to be used as a tool against them. With then a number of people arguing that that might be why we've seen so many right-wing politicians and right-wing influencers flip-flopping their position on TikTok. With many pointing to the likes of Charlie Kirk, Trump, and others who in recent years called for TikTok to be banned, only to now want to be praised as its saviors. So there, I will say there is a fair share of people who have stayed firm in their stance. Or with the likes of Senator Tom Cotton, who has been very anti-TikTok, posting a statement applauding the fact that it was removed from the App Store and even arguing that there is no legal basis to grant an extension to the ban's deadline. You also had House Speaker Mike Johnson saying on Sunday, I think we will enforce the law. And in general right now, the whole situation feels very messy and chaotic. I mean, you've got Rand Paul and AOC both against the ban, like on the same side for different reasons. Rand Paul even joined TikTok on Saturday before the ban just as a FU, saying in a post.
The courts may think there's an exemption to the First Amendment. I don't. I joined TikTok today
either.
as a form of civil disobedience. To the 170 million Americans who use TikTok,
I've never been to TikTok and I'm never going.
don't give up, don't give in.
And then, for her part, you had AOC saying there just wasn't enough information proving TikTok's national security threat, and also slamming the way the ban was rolled out and then rolled back.
TikTok's decision to name Trump in the notification is a choice. They are signaling that they are privately collaborating. They have agreed to privately collaborate with Donald Trump and the Trump administration. And for all of those concerns that people were saying that TikTok is going to be used as a propaganda tool by the Chinese, understand they're using it as a propaganda tool for the right.
And then, because Trump's the one getting credit and the one who plans to take executive action protecting TikTok, you have some slamming Democrats for allowing this to happen in the first place. Right, with political commenters in the space like Hassan Piker writing, Democrats gave an unimaginable W to Trump by pulling this insanely incompetent and unpopular decision. Can't believe that Trump, who wanted to ban TikTok initially, is now getting the most expensive free ad by being credited as its savior to 170 million Americans. Masterclass. But as for where things are actually going to go from here, I mean, you had the Wall Street Journal doing a report today saying that China is open to a deal that would keep TikTok here, with the outlet explaining that it is a reversal of the government's previous position that it would block any forced sale of TikTok. But like with everything else we're going to talk about today, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts as far as the whole situation now, and what do you think is going to happen? Let me know in those comments down below. With just hours to spare, Joe Biden has issued preemptive pardons to protect against potential retribution by Donald Trump. And amongst those being pardoned, you have General Mark Milley, Trump's former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Then you have Dr. Anthony Fauci, the former director of the NIH and the chief medical advisor to the president during the height of the pandemic. And then finally, there are all the members of the House Committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol, including Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, and Adam Schiff. And then actually, even beyond that, the pardon reportedly applies to not only members of Congress, but also the staff who served on the committee, as well as the Capitol and D.C. police officers who testified before the committee. And finally, Biden separately announced pardons for 5 of his family members, specifically his siblings and their spouses, with literally less than 20 minutes left in his presidency. And of course, many of these people, they're folks who Trump or his allies have singled out by name as being deserving of some punishment or prosecution. Like, for example, Trump said on social media that Cheney should be prosecuted for what she has done to our country. And in fact, he said that the whole January 6th committee should be prosecuted for their lies and, quite frankly, treason. And then, General Milley, it's been reported that he implied that he's deserving of the death penalty. Though with all that, there have been reports that Trump has sometimes suggested he might not follow through on his threats, or saying that success as president would be his retribution. But then, notably, people saying, well, he's appointing people like Pam Bondi as AG and Kash Patel as FBI director, right? People who have also made comments sparking concerns about who they might go after in those positions. So with all that, you had Fauci, for instance, saying that he appreciates the president's action and asserting that he has committed no crime. You also had General Milley thanking Biden in a statement saying, after 43 years of faithful service in uniform to our nation, protecting and defending the Constitution, I do not wish to spend whatever remaining time the Lord grants me fighting those who unjustly might seek retribution for perceived slights. But then notably, on the other hand, not everyone pardoned agreed with the decision. For example, you had Kinzinger telling CNN earlier this month, as soon as you take a pardon, it looks like you're guilty of something. I am guilty of nothing besides bringing the truth to the American people and in the process embarrassing Donald Trump, because for 187 minutes he sat there and did absolutely nothing and showed how weak and scared he truly was. So no, I don't want it. And then you also had Adam Schiff saying it would be the wrong precedent to set. I don't want to see each president hereafter on their way out the door giving a broad category of pardons to members of their administration. Now Biden, for his part, reportedly considered those arguments, with sources who spoke to CNN saying that he's been weighing the decision for days now, and even reportedly voiced a concern that pardoning might imply guilt. But in the end, he seemingly concluded that providing protection was more important than the potential implication of misconduct, with him saying in a statement, the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, with him adding, these are exceptional circumstances and I cannot in good conscience do nothing. But of course, as expected, that hasn't stopped fresh criticism from both sides, but especially from Republicans, right? Especially since this is after Biden's controversial pardon of his son Hunter, despite his repeated promises that he wouldn't intervene. So you have people like Republican Senator Eric Schmidt, for example, writing on social media, the guy who claimed he would protect norms continues to bulldoze them in the Constitution until the bitter end. Biden truly is one of the worst presidents in American history and will only be remembered as the guy between Trump's 2 terms. And then, in addition to that, despite Biden's statement, you have many taking the pardons as evidence of wrongdoing. Though all of this is you have some pointing to the criticism and saying, well, this is exactly why these pardons needed to be done. With a number of people pointing to things like Senator Rand Paul, for example, repeating his claims that Fauci bears responsibility for the pandemic, engaged in a cover-up, and committed a crime. And there, notably, as far back as 2022, Fauci claimed Paul's accusations were sparking death threats against him. And then, in addition to those debates, you have some wondering, can Biden even do this? Or the use of pardon power to try to protect people who have not even come under investigation, let alone been charged or convicted of a crime? There's not really clear precedent there. Or the closest thing would probably be Gerald Ford pardoning Richard Nixon in 1974, even though he hadn't been charged with any crimes. But you do have some legal scholars who spoke at the New York Times saying that he is within the boundaries of his authority. But ultimately, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens there with Donald Trump as president. Then, to switch gears back to Trump, Donald Trump is now not only president, he may very well be one of the richest men alive. In theory, I'll explain. Because Trump announced on Friday the launch of his own personal meme coin, the Trump meme coin, with it technically being a venture by 2 companies, CIC Digital LLC, which is an affiliate of the Trump Organization, and Fight LLC, which is a company formed in Delaware earlier this month. And with that, the coin's website says that 200 million coins are currently available, with plans to issue 1 billion over the next 3 years. Now, the coin, as I'm filming, is currently priced at around $40, down from its high of around $72 yesterday, which means that as of right now, the company's holdings would technically be worth tens of billions of dollars, which is something.
What happens if this goes like belly up and Trump just rips off the entire known world without meaning to? What if that's actually what happens?
That would make it enough to move Trump up literally hundreds of places in the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. With that said, it's unclear right now how much Trump actually stands to gain. For example, the BBC reporting here, meme coins are used to build popularity for a viral internet trend or movement, but they lack intrinsic value and are extremely volatile investments. With that, it would be almost impossible to realize that amount of money by selling the tokens without dramatically affecting the price. In fact, as I'm recording this segment, it is still dropping. Though notably, one, that doesn't mean it will continue dropping. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? And two, that also doesn't mean that there's no money to be made for Trump. It's really only a question of how much. And then beyond just the figures, this whole thing really kind of ends up being an example of the power and influence that Trump has accumulated and the ethical questions that it raises when he uses that to grow his business. Or with people saying, this is not the first time we've seen Trump leveraging his position to launch a new product, whether it be Trump branded sneakers, fragrances, and even special edition Bibles made in China. Also, notably, this isn't even Trump's first foray into the realm of crypto, right? He launched his NFT digital trading cards back in 2022. And back just this past September, he and his sons lent their name to a cryptocurrency startup called World Liberty Financial, with the deal there reportedly being that they would get a cut of the sales in exchange for helping promote the new brand. But also a key thing is that members of the Trump family were reportedly not actually owners of the platform or officers in the company. So this, obviously a very big thing, also a different thing, but also you had Melania Trump launching her own meme coin last night. So it appears, right, to be the first time Trump and his relatives have become directly involved in selling cryptocurrency. Something that...
They're all just a bunch of crypto thief gangster criminals. Who lives like this? Based, fucked up, moralist people. This isn't the family values organization anymore. This is these people are not about family values. These people are about crime. They're gonna rip off so many people. Oh my god. Why did you take this away? Put it back. You're stupid. You know I did not close this video.
That is notable because, one, it's an industry regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission, and...
So I'll be right back. I'm going to get something to drink. I don't know what I'm going to get to drink. I don't know. I shall have a... Oh. My back is sore. It's a big old pill of juice. Mm-hmm.
Also with that too, as president, Trump is the one appointing new SEC commissioners at the end of their term. And he also gets to designate one of them as a chairperson. Here, we know his pick. He's named Paul Atkins, and he's a big supporter of loosening up crypto regulation. This,
Why?
Trump's also reportedly planning to release an executive order designating crypto as a national priority and giving insiders a voice.
Oh, good. That currency that all the child molesters and drug dealers use, it needs to be a national priority that it becomes our main currency.
In his administration. You know, all of that standing in stark contrast to Biden's efforts to tightly regulate the crypto industry out of fear that the volatile market could lead to a future financial crash. So of course, it's one thing to have a different approach to a policy issue. It's a completely other thing to actively be pursuing a direct financial stake in an industry you get to regulate, which is why you have people like one independent crypto analyst based in Hong Kong telling Reuters, while it's tempting to dismiss this as just another Trump spectacle, the launch of the official Trump token opens up a Pandora's box of ethical and regulatory questions. And that is, you also had people like a former White House ethics advisor to Obama putting it more bluntly, with him arguing that out of all of Trump's conflicts as a businessman turned president, this may be the most profound, with him going on to say, quote, he's launching a major new multi-billion-dollar venture in the burgeoning crypto industry where he has the most profound conflict of interest between what he's seeking to gain and his duties to regulate that industry, which now includes himself. And continuing, this may represent the single worst conflict of interest in modern history
of the presidency. Oh, oops. What's my inventory at? Okay. Ooh, silver. Free money. Oh, did I fill up? Damn it. I'm just gonna throw away the rock salt.
of the presidency. And then also, notably, we've seen mixed reactions from the crypto community itself, with us seeing, for example, a former executive at Coinbase, one of the world's largest crypto trading platforms, on one hand celebrating the announcement as a vibe shift from the Biden anti-crypto era, but then also going on to say Trump owning 80% and timing launch hours before inauguration is predatory and many will likely get hurt by it. With all that, it does seem like Trump and his companies are trying to do the best to cover their asses, with, for example, their legal disclosure saying the tokens are not intended to be seen as an investment opportunity, investment contract, or security of any type. And its website also saying Trump memes are intended to function as an expression of support for and engagement with the ideals and beliefs embodied by the symbol Trump, saying gettrumpmemes.com is not political and has nothing to do with any political campaign or any political office or governmental agency. And then also, notably, the Trump family business recently released an ethics agreement. Right? In that agreement prohibits Trump from day-to-day decision-making when he's president and limits financial information about the business that can be shared with him, among other things. But here, some have claimed that it falls short in certain areas. Like, for example, by failing to ban deals with private foreign companies, which a big thing was included in the one signed ahead of Trump's first term, which was also criticized at the time. So now, with concerns about conflicts of interest only growing, I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see ultimately where this all ends up. But then, finally, regarding Donald Trump today, of course, he was sworn in as the 47th president of the United States, and if he hasn't already by the time that you're watching this, he's promised to start signing executive orders like they're going out of style. And there, let me say two things. The first being that for any coverage, commentary, and reactions to that, I'd say go check out the live stream we did of the inauguration. I'm gonna link to that in the description. I covered that live today with a lot of y'all. And two, regarding the executive orders, we're gonna be talking about that in two different places. For a deeper and all-consuming dive, that'll be on tomorrow's Philip DeFranco show. And then also, as far as the quick turnaround coverage for today, that's gonna be available in three places. I'll be doing breaking news shorts videos over on the PDS News Clips channel here on YouTube, as well as on my TikTok, that's Philip DeFranco, and my Instagram, which is Philly DeFranco. Follow any and everywhere where you want that news. And then we'll get right back to the news in just a moment. But first, it's a new year, which means more chances to enter and win the $500 weekly SeatGeek giveaway. Because my team worked with our sponsor, SeatGeek, to extend the $500 weekly giveaway. And if you haven't entered yet, just do it. I mean, next week's winner could be you. And from concerts and Broadway shows to sporting events, our weekly SeatGeek $500 giveaway lives on, and you beautiful bastards have been crushing it. Also, for the uninitiated, SeatGeek is the #1 rated live event ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and access to a wide array of entertainment to get you and a loved one out of the house. So if you're new to SeatGeek, you can use code Phil and get $20 off your first purchase. And then, hey, while you're there, just simply add code PDS to your SeatGeek account. And that'll get you $10 off of any of your purchases, and you could be one of our lucky weekly winners. I mean, that's $500 in credit towards any of SeatGeek's 70,000 events. And again, just to over-explain, if you're new to SeatGeek, scan the QR code and add code Phil for $20 off your first purchase. And then also for SeatGeek veterans, you can add code PDS, which gets you $10 off any purchase. And again, you'll be entered for your chance at the $500 SeatGeek credit, no purchase necessary. But then, coming back to the news, since Luigi Mangione allegedly killed the CEO of United Healthcare, there's been an increased focus on the medical and health insurance world. And I also mean beyond just stories directly related, like the reports coming out that United...
Oh good, it took killing one of them to get somewhere. Great, that spells good future.
United Health was found to have overcharged some cancer patients for drugs by over 1,000%. And so with that, I want to deep dive into two big things today, starting with the news that insurance companies are denying essential care and life-saving treatments to cancer patients by claiming that they aren't medically necessary. Because that is what NBC found in a recent investigation into these alleged amoral practices. And in the case of Tracy Pike, that denial of treatment may have ultimately cost him his life. And Tracy was a husband and father of 3 who was diagnosed with stage 4 stomach cancer shortly after his 45th birthday. And immediately, Tracy started doing chemotherapy, and it successfully reduced the size of the tumor that had been discovered in his stomach. But reduce is the key word there, right? The chemo wasn't a permanent solution. So his doctor tells his wife, Angela, that his best option is to undergo a routinely practiced treatment that combined both chemo and surgery at the MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston. And after MD Anderson agreed to give Pike the treatment, he and his family traveled from Kentucky to Texas in 2023. But then, the night before his first procedure, Tracy's surgeon calls to let the family know, hey, the insurance you have through your work, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, they had denied him coverage of the nearly $40,000 cost of the treatment. Now, as far as the reasoning here, documents viewed by NBC show that the insurer had ruled that the treatment Pike's doctor had recommended wasn't, quote, medically necessary because it was what they deemed experimental, investigational, and unproven. But you have experts saying that's completely bogus, with people like Dr. Ashley Sumrall, who's a neuro-oncologist in North Carolina, saying that the treatment is a widely accepted practice and telling NBC, I remember when it was experimental, but adding that today it is routinely practiced, and for some people, it's a huge life-saving procedure. And this, as MD Anderson said, it had been performing the procedure for more than 2 decades. And then, beyond all that, the denial of care also goes against the guidelines of the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, which is a not-for-profit alliance of leading cancer centers that publishes widely followed recommendations. Right? I mean, the network's guidelines explicitly state that the treatment recommended for Tracy Pike is sought for what they say is a select group of patients after multidisciplinary evaluation and discussion, as well as appropriate clinical context. And so with all this, Tracy Pike's family and doctors thought this denial is just going to be a temporary setback and that the appeal would be easy. But then Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, they continued to reject the repeated appeals made by Tracy's surgeon. And they did this even as the doctors continued to argue that it was medically necessary because it would literally save this man's life. What we've seen is that when pressed by NBC about why it denied that life-saving treatment, a spokesperson for Blue Cross and Blue Shield, who refused to be identified, declined to comment on the case or say why the procedure was denied, citing protocol. Instead, just given this buzzwordy, platitude-filled statement, saying we are committed to increasing access to safe, appropriate, and effective healthcare based on the best available information and research and in accordance with a member's benefit plan. But the fact of the matter is that Tracy never received the treatment, and in January of 2024, he passed away. And so you have his wife, Angela, saying she is still just struggling to adapt to life without her husband, telling NBC, cannot help but go back to that month in Texas. What would have happened if he had that surgery? Would he have lived? And then, just to make this horrible situation even more shitty, after Tracy's death, his family couldn't even receive a life insurance payment because his coverage had ended after he became too sick with cancer to work, which left his family to survive on his Social Security. Or, another way to put it is that Tracy lost one form of insurance because he was dying of a disease that another kind of insurance refused to pay. And that really just depicts the whole insurance industry perfect, because unfortunately, Tracy's story, it's not unique. There has been a rising trend of more and more insurers denying care and treatment. And you have outlets like NBC reporting that one of the biggest reasons for this is the insurance industry's system for prior authorization requests, which requires doctors to get approval from the patient's insurer before they can provide certain services. Now with that, health insurance companies argue that this process helps them bring down costs because they can make sure that a given service is medically necessary or require patients to try lower cost alternatives first. But this is you have physicians saying that there are several different common practices in the prior authorization process that actively undermine patient care. Like first of all, there's a general lack of transparency around the internal rules insurance companies have for how they approve treatment coverage or identify alternative procedures that can be approved, because insurers keep those rules private and doctors have to spend time submitting claims only to have them denied. That process, it could be entirely avoided if the insurance companies just simply told doctors what they will and won't cover instead of making them guess and waste time that cancer patients can't afford to waste. And then often that precious time is already being stretched thin because it can take weeks for insurers to either approve or deny certain treatments and tests. And then if and when the request is denied, doctors have to appeal, which is a whole other lengthy process that sucks up even more time. But also, even for procedures that are approved, the system still works against cancer patients in their limited timelines because doctors have to repeatedly seek prior authorization for procedures that are regularly approved. So you have many doctors arguing that, hey, if they have a history of receiving approvals for various treatments or tests, they should just be able to circumvent the time-consuming prior authorization process. And then beyond that, you have doctors saying another problem that interferes with cancer patients is the fact that insurers require a peer review process where another doctor that they hire rules yes or no on a cancer procedure. And yes, that's even if it's a procedure that the patient's own doctor recommended. But, and this part is really crazy, the insurance company doctors that approve or deny these procedures aren't always cancer specialists. And that's exactly what happened with Tracy Pike. The insurance company doctor who rejected the life-saving treatment the cancer specialist had recommended was an OBGYN. And what's more, doctors also say that insurance companies have been increasingly required prior authorizations for more and more procedures and treatments, like with, for example, the combination drugs used to combat cancer. With a 2023 report from the Journal of the American Medical Association Network finding that the number of non-specialty branded cancer drugs that require prior approvals rose from 16% in 2010 to a whopping 78% in 2020. And so you have experts saying that all of these different hurdles, they're especially detrimental to cancer patients. With, for example, Dr. Bruce Scott, the president of the American Medical Association, explaining, nowhere are the stakes higher than in cancer care, where delays can literally be the difference between life and death. And academic research also explicitly shows that cancer patients are directly harmed by the prior authorization process. In fact, a study published last year in the JAMA Network found that nearly 1 in every 5 cancer patients did not receive the care their doctors prescribed for them because of authorization delays or denials. And again, even just delays and approvals can harm cancer patients. I mean, a 2022 member survey by the American Society of Clinical Oncology shows that 42% of prior authorizations were significantly delayed, resulting in numerous different adverse effects. Also, understand when I say adverse effects, more than 1/3 of all respondents blamed the loss of a cancer patient on prior authorization. And it's not just treatments that are increasingly being denied, but essential cancer screenings as well, which is also exactly what happened to Kay Sue, a cancer patient who was diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer and underwent surgery and chemotherapy. But then, in 2018, the cancer moved to her spine and sternum, so she began aggressive immunotherapy treatments and had quarterly PET scans to monitor the cancer's spread. But then this year, Cigna Healthcare denied reimbursement for 2 scans that our doctors ordered that cost between $10,000 and $15,000 each, with Cigna arguing in documents that the imaging wasn't medically necessary because, quote, it is not supported for routine follow-up or to monitor your condition in the absence of symptoms. But then, Sue's employer actually stepped up and paid for the scans out of pocket. And it was a good thing because that scan in October, it found that the cancer had indeed spread to her liver, with oncologists confirming that the cancer wouldn't have been found without that scan. But then also a big key thing is that it's not just private insurers that are increasing denials for care and screening. In fact, patient documents viewed by NBC also show that in 2024, Medicare started denying reimbursements for ultrasounds on women at risk of breast cancer, even though they approved identical screenings the year before. And radiologists say those ultrasounds help find cancers that mammograms miss, and they're essential for people with dense breast tissue. Something that, affects nearly half of women over the age of 40. With also one doctor telling the outlet here that this move is especially surprising because it happened the same year that the FDA started requiring mammography providers to tell patients with dense breast tissue that they might need additional screenings, including the ultrasounds that Medicare is denying coverage for. But then, when NBC reached out to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services about the reimbursement denials, a spokesperson said that the coverage had not changed, with them then adding the ultrasound or MRI scans you are referencing are covered by Medicare when provided as a diagnostic test. If the scans were provided as a screening test, then Medicare is unable to cover those by law. But this, as you had a doctor explain to NBC, that there is only one reimbursement code for these kinds of ultrasounds, regardless of whether they're a diagnostic test or a kind of screen. And this is Dr. Ashley Sumrall, the neuro-oncologist in North Carolina, told the outlet that she had been seeing this with her patients as well. And she is also worried that this is going to be a trend that expands to private insurers as well, because they look to Medicare reimbursement for policy. So unfortunately, right now, we're going to have to wait to see what's happening. It's a horrifying trend that you need to be aware of, that we need to talk about, which of course, on that note, yes, this is a news show, but I also want this to be a conversation. So to everyone, of course, generally, I'd love to know your thoughts here, but if you have experience as a patient or as a healthcare provider, I'd love to hear from you as well in those comments. But then also, I feel like what we learned from that last story is that you can almost never be sure if your health insurance is going to cover the treatment that you need, even when it's fucking cancer, and even when the treatment might literally save your life. But what I want to deep dive into from here is how when it isn't cancer or some other physical condition, it can sometimes be even easier for insurers to deny treatments on the basis that they aren't medically necessary. And to be clear, that is despite the fact that a federal law existing since 2008 requires insurers to provide mental health coverage on par with coverage for other medical services. Because even though that law exists, as of 2021, roughly 2/3 of Americans with a diagnosed mental health condition were unable to access treatment. And just like with cancer, the consequences can be deadly. And so with that, we're looking at a series of articles from ProPublica showing some of the ways that insurers allegedly limit access to mental health care. And one of the most fucked up ways, they're known as progress-based denials. Right, so insurers, they regularly evaluate patients' progress to see if they can be moved down to a lower and usually cheaper level of care. And notably here, they might point to a lack of progress as a reason to deny coverage, or with them labeling conditions as chronic and claiming the patient has reached their baseline level of functioning. But then also, on the flip side, if a person does make progress, well, insurers have also used that as a reason to deny coverage, saying that, hey, there's evidence that the patient no longer needs the care they're getting. And so ultimately, in the words of ProPublica here, doctors are left to walk a tightrope trying to convince insurers that patients are making enough progress to stay in treatment, but also not so much that the companies prematurely cut them off from care. And with mental health, as you might imagine, these types of progress-based denials, they may be more common. Or with something physical, you might just need an x-ray, a blood test, or some other objective measurement. But with mental illness, it's not always so easy to measure progress. Not to mention, progress often isn't linear, with a patient improving slightly one day only to tank the next. And so with that, we need to talk about the story of Geneva Moore. Right, as she told ProPublica, depression, it's been a near constant in her life. And in 2022, it got even worse, but thankfully, a year later, she began an intensive outpatient program, which included multiple group and individual therapy sessions every week. And with that, slowly but surely, there were signs of progress, and that is reportedly why just a few months into the program, her insurer, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, said it would no longer pay for it, with the insurer's denial letter saying the medical necessary criteria had not been met, and telling Moore, you have made progress, you are not a danger to yourself or others. But according to Moore's therapist, that was not her professional opinion, and with that, she reportedly pleaded with an insurance company doctor, telling him that Moore still had suicidal thoughts almost every day and a plan for how she would take her own life. Even saying that while Moore had expressed a desire to stop engaging in self-harm, she still did so as often as 3 times a week, and finally explaining she was only starting to process her grief and trauma over her earlier sexual and emotional abuse, but still had no healthy coping skills. And so the therapist said she asked for just 10 weeks. 10 more weeks, she said, and Moore would be able to leave the program. But that doctor, he apparently wasn't convinced and reportedly told the therapist that he would be upholding the initial denial. With then internal notes obtained by ProPublica claiming that Moore exhibited an absence of suicidal thoughts and saying that her symptoms had stabilized and that she could participate in a lower level of care, which one, obviously doesn't line up with what we just heard, and two, made it so that this woman was unable to pay the $350 a day that it cost to stay in the program without coverage, so she left. And whatever progress she had made, it was all but erased. Right by her last day in the program, records reportedly show that Moore's suicidal thoughts and intent to carry them out had escalated from a 7 to a 10 on a 1 to 10 scale. Within just a few hours of her last session, she was driving herself to a hospital getting admitted to the ER. With that then being the start of a weeks-long downward spiral that would reportedly lead her to harming herself more frequently, drinking more often, and ending up admitted into a psychiatric hospital. With then all of that ironically costing her insurer way more than it would have if they just kept covering her in the first place. Right, I mean, just that stay in the psychiatric hospital, it cost nearly $40,000. And those remaining 10 weeks in the intensive outpatient program, the treatment that they denied, that would have cost about $10,000. And so with that, 2 things. First, I want to say at the time of ProPublica's reporting, at least, Moore was still struggling, but doing better, where she had reportedly stopped drinking and harming herself. And secondly, while we can't say exactly how many stories like Moore's there are, we can say for damn sure that she's not the only one.
There was the time that the Denver County tried to, file the 7 false assault charges against me. There was my ex-girlfriend killing herself right in front of me by shooting up Hep C and HIV. There was me just walking away from her after 4 years. There was the man who tried to kill me with a circular saw, who I had to put in jail for at least a couple of years. I have no idea how long. Maybe he's still in there. There was him trying to, threaten to kill my ex-girlfriend and all this. And there was living on the streets for 7 years, all the judgment from all the pigs and all the people over the drugs that I used to help me deal with the sadness. And there was just getting hurt by the cold in general. Every place I've ever known is burned. Every place I've ever lived is burned. Every place I've ever been has been co-opted and the rent's been raised to $2,000 or $3,000, so you just can't live there anymore. It's like the poor people were kicked out. The lower class was killed. All of my heroes are dead. All of my heroes are dead from junk. Every last one of them. If there's any heroes in my life, that they're alive and they're my best friends. They're my only heroes. All real idols that I had all of my life. Pretty much. There's a few of them that are still alive, like Trent Reznor and stuff. But overall, most of them are fucking dead. I would say most, at least 9/10 of them all are dead. Punk is dead. Rock is dead. Industrial is dead. Video games are dead. MMORPGs are dead. God is dead. I'm totally fine. You see, all of these things, I could just fucking list them. I can list them. But, I mean, but I'm totally fine. You want to know why? Because all of the negative emotion that you feel around all of these things, it doesn't benefit you. The depression, it doesn't benefit you. You want to know what hurts the most out of all those things? Yourself. You want to know who the only bully in the world is? Yourself. If you're beating yourself up because there's a bunch of dead people, or God's dead, or your country's dead, or they made your job illegal, like me. They made so many of my jobs illegal. They chased me in the streets all of my life. I mean, I don't really I look at that and I'm supposed to be like Frank Grimes and be all angry and everything, and I'll be all negative and say fuck you to everybody and everything. And there's days when I'm like that. Oh yeah. But is it all the time? No, not anymore. It was this epiphany. It was an epiphany that you just don't need to feel bad about the bad things. They're bad. It sucks that you're a drug addict. It sucks that one of your girlfriends cheated on you, or it sucks that that one of your girlfriends is dead, or it sucks that one of your best friends fucking killed his father and then himself a second later. And it sucks. All of those things suck. They do suck. I can say it with a smile on my face because I'm just no longer affected by it. You could probably call that insanity, but no, what it really is, it's just understanding that yeah, it all sucks. Yeah, I cried. I pour out a little liquor. I say 2 tears in a bucket, motherfuck it, and I'd say all these cliche things about dear God, with all this death you're sending, please throw some free heart mending and all this other stuff like Lane Staley. But it doesn't matter what you say. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing ever fixes. Nothing ever good totally happens. Just the balance that you sometimes have. That's it. And you should expect the darkness and the sadness and the sorrow. Life is a lot of work. Expect to put on a lot of work if you want to put a smile on your fucking face. Like I just did 5 hours of work in the real life on top of a 12-hour day. And yeah, I'm exhausted. I'm fucking exhausted. I'm covered in fucking sawdust. I've got sawdust in my fucking eyes because I was sanding some fucking thing. I did 6 hours of real life labor on top of a fucking 10-hour shift today, something like that. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. And I feel negative about all of that. But the negativity doesn't serve me anything at all. It doesn't, So, and then that's how I just somehow got this Grandmaster's understanding. That, yeah, it sucks. What can you do? Yeah, it sucks. The world's dying. You can't stop the humans from causing pollution. You can't stop them from killing the coral reef. You can't stop them from fucking having forever wars and blood wars and religious wars and stupid wars and all this, right? And, and yeah, you could try a lot. You could go fight in those wars. You could say this thing stands for something or whatever. But you could also be like, nah, life is just a bunch of crazy, stupid bullshit that's completely random. We're all just on a flying speck of dust going all across the universe. It doesn't really matter where we go. It doesn't matter that the sun shines. It doesn't matter that we live. It doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters, and everything matters, right? And I'm not trying to say a negative thing like nothing matters. I'm saying nothing and everything matters. In the large scheme of things, nothing matters. In the short scheme of things, everything matters. That's how time works. Time is relative. You get far enough away from the sun, it doesn't really matter what happens, So... So, yeah, it sucks. Your race was treated badly. You're pissed at white people. So am I. You're poor. You were in the lower class all of your life. They treated you like garbage. So am I. You are, etc. It's just like you're a drug addict and you can't seem to get cleaner because it's just an endless cycle of getting high. I've been there, done that. I've been there, I've done that. I got guns, I got gats. It's weird. getting fucked up over it, it's good to do, I'd say, in the moment, and it's good to detune that night and the next day. Maybe you need a couple of days. You might need a couple of days. But getting fucked up over sorrow all of your fucking life until you're fucking Eeyore. Until you're fucking Eeyore. Remember Eeyore from the Disney films? He was like, from the Disney cartoons and stuff, from Winnie the Pooh, Eeyore. He was like the most Debbie Downer piece of shit that ever existed in media. It was like the downer, like almost, I would say, what's the word? Bipolar, almost like, nihilist downward side of A.A. Milne. Wasn't that the person who did? Yeah, A.A. Milne was the writer who did, I think, Winnie the Pooh. Wasn't it A.A. Milne? I think, yeah. And you could tell this is just a depiction of like somebody who's basically crippled by depression. Now, what good is Eeyore? Eeyore is a good friend, and Eeyore can be very, very smart. But Eeyore is still a Debbie Downer that's very, honestly, a donkey. Eeyore is a donkey. They're kind of stubborn. They're kind of like, I know I'm one of them. It's that tendency in me to resist everything and everyone. But I mean, the whole Debbie Downer side of Eeyore was a lesson. It was like a lesson that kids need to learn that like Eeyores don't really do so well. I mean, they like now, who does well is Tigger. Tigger even got his own movie. Eeyore doesn't get his own movie.
Identified dozens of lawsuits over the past decade in which judges...
Tigger was good enough because Tigger was relentlessly cheerful. Tigger was unapologetic about bouncing, which is kind of how I feel about drugs. And Tigger was just Tigger, fierce friend, fierce warrior, a good friend to have on your side in the imaginary world and all this stuff. Tigger is a good personality. Tigger is not bummed out like Eeyore underneath the bridge. Top has sprung a leak, and the animals I've trapped are all bummed out like Eeyore. And no one likes this sadness, and it put me in the grave. There is nothing to care for when there's nothing left to save. Eeyore's under the bridge. Eeyore's under the bridge. Yeah. And see, I can't do this stuff anymore. I just can't be that bummed out dude. Can't be. It's just the negativity. It doesn't do for me. I'm Tigger. I'm Tigger for life, bitch. I'll be your Tigger. I'm Tigger for life. You can get bummed out about the fucking world dying. I've got more tears in my bucket than you do in yours. I got more tears in my bucket. I think you're bummed out about 4 or 5 things. I just listed about 50. I just listed about 50 catastrophic fucking problems that would have killed other people. From one of my best friends killing a father and then himself a second later, to the heroin addiction, the meth addictions, the strippers in the motel rooms, and the problems, and my political party not existing, and just all these things. It's just it's all my heroes are dead, and I could just list on these terrible things. Obesity, drinking, drugs, the system, doing time, fucking, deferred, adjudicated felon since I was 17, can't work, can't get a job, bad Equifax, bad fucking, no credit rating ever, no hope, no prospects, lower class, evictions, sorrow, drug addictions, and the streets. Got a lot of reasons to cry. Most of the women I've ever been with were raped, and not by me. So I played what I consider I will say this, it's sexist, but I don't care. I have played cleanup after other people for so long that I just, it sucks, but I've had to deal with the damage of most of the women I've ever been with having been raped by their family, by randos, just, fucking raped, date raped, shit like that. And that shit fucking sucks. I hate feeling like I have to play Dr. Frasier when I'm in a relationship, and it's been like that for fucking like eight times now, something like that. I'm sick of playing Frasier. I just want somebody who's stable. You know, and all these other problems, it just sucks that. So I've got 8 bad relationships that tore me apart. Love of my life is my best friend, thank God. It's like the only light at the tunnel. That and this career. I had this career and all that stuff. But no, lights at the end of the tunnel? No. I stopped looking for lights at the end of the tunnel, I don't know, a long time ago. Even with my best friend and the love of my life, I stopped looking for a light at the end of that tunnel a long time ago. It fucking sucks, but that's actually the truth of it. I stopped looking for the fucking light at the end of the tunnel. And like, I don't believe there to be light in this life, you know? It just sucks. I'm not trying to say that to try and spread this on to you. I just understand. I am Tigger positive the entire time. You know, see, I can say all this stuff without a tear. I can list out enough enough sorrows to make the devil cry. I can list out enough sorrows, like, you know, dear God, with this much death and this much problems and like this much sorrow. Motherfucker, who needs the blues? To me, the people who sing the blues are pussies. I think Leadbelly is a fucking pussy, frankly. He sat around and played guitar his whole life. He wasn't chased by police and shit like this for drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like even the fucking darkest, most saddest people in fucking history, like Elliott Smith, who may I remind you, fucking stabbed himself in the chest with a fucking knife and then bled to death for 5 hours just to make a statement and stuff. I still think of that as fucking pussy. They've had nice lives. They have money and were accepted by people. Their jobs weren't illegal and they weren't hunted by fucking police. I still think of like the darkest blues singer of all history as still being a pussy compared to my life. Fucking pussy. And I know that fucking sucks and it's not fair. And no, they had it harder. They had racism and stuff like that. But trust me, I still think my life was harder. I still think my life was harder than most of these musicians and these idols and all that. My life was fucking harder. And the lesson is, it's not some bragging thing about how hard my life was. It's this bragging thing about how I'm your Tigger, baby. I'm your Tigger. I'm up in the sky. I'm still up here, happy, 110% happy. Do you see it on my fucking face? I have some sorrow too about how shitty and worthless the fucking humanity is 110% actually is. You know, I have some sorrow about it, but I don't live in sorrow land. You know where I live. I think about it all the time. I wish I could show it, but I can't because of DMCA. But you remember that song, Smile, Darn Ya, Smile, when Roger Rabbit is like going to Toontown? My life is Toontown. All the women are beautiful if I fuck with them at all. All the men are tools if I fuck with them, which I don't. All the men, like all the busters, I keep them the fuck up off me. They're constantly after me all the time, like Yosemite Sam, because they suck 50 billion bags of dicks, and I fucking tell them right to their fucking face that if you need to hunt me, you're the worst piece of shit skillless hunter that's ever been born. You know what I'm saying? And I tell them that it's like, Jesus Christ, you need the devil's rape toy. You don't think the devil fucking me all my life wasn't enough or whatever? You need the devil's fleshlight. You really need to go beat and hunt and fucking and stalk the devil's fleshlight who had the shit beaten out of them all of their life by humanity. Do you really need to? It's like, man, it's like he's already dead. He's already dead. It's like every time I pull a stalker, I'm like, dear God, why? Dear God, why? I don't have anything. I was never given anything. I don't like, dear God, why? I mean, when you look at the wreckage, there's not a friendship left. There's nothing here to bully. You understand? My ego, it died. I experienced ego death. I don't give a flying fuck what you say about Skycat. My ego died in the real world a long time ago. This is some shadow of a Ghost in the Shell's avatar bio on some fucking website or something. I don't give a flying fuck what people's impression is of it. I don't care. That's another thing too. I don't care if they want to bully it. I don't care. It annoys me, and I'm just like, oh, another piece of shit trying to show me how piece of shit the human race actually is. You know, thanks. The lesson, I really needed to learn it. Like I didn't know it enough. You know, it is stupid. I hate being this cynical, but it is actually like this, and it just sucks that you're like, nah, the politicians are dead, the government's dead. People are dead. Romance is dead. Love is dead. God is dead. The music's dead. You know, I could just list on the things that I've given up on. You know, I've full blown given up on it. I just stopped trying a long time ago, right? But I don't sit there and cry about it. Not anymore. I did the first year of my stream, but then the primal screaming helped me to reach my breakthrough, which is this: negative emotions are bad contracts that you can't get out of once you sign up for, that you just don't have to sign up for if you truly think about it. You just don't have to sign up for any of the negative emotion. I've got more tears in my bucket than anybody in history, I think, or whatever the fuck. It's kind of fucked up. Some people have had it worse. Some people are dead, but it's like, but I really don't think people have had torturous lives like I did. And so I kind of wonder sometimes. I'm like, I'm supposed to be so sad and so angry and so fucked up. I'm not. You can see it on my face. I'm angry. But I mean, I believe that's righteous, and righteous anger I'm working on, and I'm getting that out of my system. I'm not screaming, am I? I'm not. I'm righteously angry, but I'm not screaming. I'm getting better about that. And so, yep, and I think about it all the time. You can be bummed the fuck out and be this insurance patient fucking with the doctors all of your goddamn life, crying and whining about depression and asking for a new pill and asking for some solution from a doctor like somebody else is going to solve your problems. The answer is no. There is no God. God is dead. There's no solution there. Humanity is dead. There's no solution there. You might get some pittance or some help, maybe from your family and some government stuff, but you're not going to see any help, no. And so all of this being dead, we're like living we live in a cemetery, to quote Daniel Johns from Silverchair, I live in a cemetery. And so once you understand that you are living in the cemetery, crying and screaming and kicking cemetery stones all of your goddamn life while you stomp around the cemetery crying and screaming, it just doesn't work. There's no reason. It's just negative emotions. It won't lead anywhere. It won't lead to happiness or a solution to any of it. It won't lead to meeting new people or new relationships and opening up new avenues and all this stuff. It's just not this productive thing to sit there bummed the fuck out, negative and depressed on a bunch of drugs that some doctor gave you, just like hoping somebody's gonna fucking save you. Nope, no, there is no God, there is no savior, nothing's gonna save you except yourself. I'm sorry it's so fucked up and negative and what's the word, sardonic and just, shitty and nihilist. But I mean, no, you are your own God, and you are the only person who's going to save yourself, and you must save yourself. And I cannot save you. You can only save yourself. And so and that's the thing. So I sit here and I listen to this person who's got like health woes and mental health woes and depression and all these problems, and they want to fight the doctors. The only bully in the world is yourself. The bullies in the government the doctors in the government are not bullying you. I got my order of words screwed up there. The doctors in the government are not bullying you. You are bullying yourself. The minute that you just let go of the negative energy and you strike out into a new dawn and a new day and you realize that, nope, 2 tears in a bucket, motherfuck it. There is no God. There is no Savior. There's no Jesus. There's no fucking saving. There's no Captain Save-A-Ho here. There's no governmental entity that's going to step in and make sure the rent isn't $2,000. There's no saving of the humanity here. They killed us. And so you must act accordingly. You must become your own person. You must understand that all of that negative emotion, you are signing up to that every single day, and you just don't have to do it. I've got more reason than probably her. I've got more reason than her. I guarantee she hasn't been through this. She's never had a gun leveled in her fucking face in the ghetto and shit like this. I've got more reason than her. I've got 2 tears in a motherfucking bucket. I've watched people die. I've had problems in my life. I don't, And I have a lot of sympathy for people like this who are crippled by depression, but you are doing it to your fucking self. It was the most powerful, profound thing that I ever did realize in my whole life. It's fucking stupid, but it is. Negative emotions are like these bad contracts that you sign up for that you just don't need to.
Have criticized insurance companies.
Every time I see somebody attack me or bully me, or every time somebody acts like a shithead on the internet or something like that, I'm like, oh, well, there goes the person who just hasn't got control of their own emotions yet. There goes the person who's just lost. There's somebody who is obviously just hasn't figured out the very, very imperative realization that all of that negativity just doesn't serve anybody the fuck at all. It's like a negative investment. All it does is just bring you and everybody the fuck else around you completely down like a bunch of bricks. Everybody is this emotional barometer. And if you're happy Tigger all the fucking time, hi guys, I love you. How you doing? Boing, 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 boing. If you're happy Tigger all the time, and you're maybe and you're maybe stoic at worst, you're dead silent at worst, and you're happy otherwise, right? You are doing a lot better than most of the rest of the world who live in the fucking ocean that is their negativity. And they're swallowing it, and they're drowning in it, and they're angry, and they're reaching out, and they're pulling you down while you're on your life raft after you dealt with the worst lifetime anybody's had in a long time. And you're like on the life raft, and you're like, I survived. I'm above the water, just barely I survived. And you can see these other drowning people who are screaming, who are angry at you because you have a life raft or something. It's insane. And you're like, well, you could just stop screaming, stop getting angry, and maybe paddle a little bit and find a piece of flotsam and start getting out of this situation. The minute that you screaming and being angry and just all the time. And I know I'm the worst, most angry person you've probably ever seen on stream. I know I am. I'm the most angry person, but understand that is how much anger I have. I am the most passionate person you'll ever meet, maybe. I got too much passionate shit. You can hear it coming out in the voices right now. I got too passionate. So it's like, what do you do with all the anger?
It's reciting a patient's improvement.
To quote CeeLo, essentially I'm an animal. So what do I do with all the aggression? And what do I do with all the aggression? I play video games.
Notable thing, at least with a couple of them, they involved one of the doctors who denied Geneva Moore's coverage, a man by the name of Timothy Stock. Right? What you need to know with that is that Stock and other insurance company doctors, there's guidelines they use to determine.
I gave up on the doctors way back in 2010, the same year that I gave up on social media. I don't think they're real. Now, the doctors help me all the time, but I don't think they can help you do anything but diagnose problems and solve those problems. They cannot fix your life, and I've never looked to them to do that. Now, in defense of the doctors, I had a doctor who was actually really good, who had the same sort of personality that I had, and was actually my age, too. And he was a full-blown master's PhD fucking psychiatrist at the Mental Health Center of Denver. He had 500 clients. He was actually a serious motherfucking really amazing fucking psychiatrist with real verifiable lives saved and stuff, including mine. And he figured out, because he was like me, he was like, I know what your problem is. And I was like, no, you don't. And he was like, yes, I do. He was like, give me some time. Yes, I do. And I was like, what? And he was like, I'm not telling you yet. We're going to just watch you for a little bit. And he came back a couple months later, and he was like, yep, I'm putting you on sleep medication. I don't think you get enough sleep. And I was like, oh yeah, I've been an insomniac my entire fucking life, and a meth addict. I just don't get enough sleep. And he was like, oh yeah, so we're putting you on some mirtazapine and some trazodone, and you should take some kava and some what's that stuff, serotonin or melatonin and all this. He was like, yeah, we're gonna focus on your sleep first and foremost. And I was like, really? And he was absolutely the fuck right. When I started sleeping 12 hours a day, which I just never did my whole life, and I do sleep between 10 and 12 hours a day because they got me doped up on mirtazapine, which is a strong sleep, it's a strong sleep, sleep drug. And the trazodone, I don't like telling this story because it makes me into a goddamn clown. But see, I have no shame. I don't sign up for negative emotions. One of them being shame, right? It's kind of insane, but I mean this. I don't sign up for negative emotions. I don't feel shame. There's nothing any bully could ever say to me that's going to make me blush. There's really not. You know what I'm saying? I have no shame. So I'm going to tell you the most personal thing that I can think of, which is that I had an adult circumcision. I feel no shame about this. But yeah, literally, when they put me on the trazodone, it saved my life because I just wasn't getting enough sleep. I was getting like 4 hours a night for years, and when I started sleeping like 12 hours a night, it was like a day and night change. It was like a day and night change. But the trazodone completely dehydrated me and gave me blood issues and stuff, and that caused me to have a problem where I had an erection that wouldn't stop. And to get me out of that, they had to get me an adult circumcision. Most men my age, they have erectile dysfunction, which is like their penis. Well, I mean, this is erectile dysfunction, but I had a huge raging boner that lasted 5 hours. I had to call for an ambulance. Oh, I didn't call for an ambulance. I took an Uber, but I went to the hospital because I had a 5-hour boner, and they're like, "You're gonna die, dude. You have some problem. The skin of your penis is like a tourniquet. For some reason, the skin of your penis is so dry." And I was like, well, I've been homeless for 7 years. I barely ever changed my clothes, and and all this stuff. And they're like, yeah, that'll do it. If you walk all day and your crotch is dehydrated, and you wear sweatpants and you don't change and you don't shower a lot, yeah, that'll do it. They're like, you have experienced severe dehydration of the skin of your penis, and it is now like a tourniquet that is squeezing the head of your penis, and that is causing you to have a blood problem that is giving you a raging erection that will not end. And they're like, you could die from this. And I was like, oh God. And they're like, we have to give you an adult circumcision. And they did. It fucking sucked. They knocked me up and they chopped me. It fucking sucked. It sucked. And while this didn't make me a freak, my penis looks absolutely fine. It actually probably looks better than it did before, because before I was uncircumcised, which I think does kind of sick some girls out, But now I'm circumcised and I look absolutely fine, which is fine. But that's what that was the cost of learning what the solution to my biggest problem was, and it wasn't the doctor. The doctor did not solve this issue. It was like I needed balance. I needed showers and sleep and all this other stuff and 3 square meals and all this balance that I just hadn't had in 15 years. I've been this druggy, crazy party person for 15 years, and I'd trashed my body, and I'd done brain damage to myself when I wrecked my moped and all this. And they were like, yeah, you're lucky to be alive and all this. And they were like, yeah, this doesn't surprise us. And so they were like, and so the doctor looks you in the eyes, and they're like, yeah, this medication that I gave you, it complicated this. That's what he told me too. He was like, this medication, trazodone, that your psychiatrist gave you, it causes severe dehydration sometimes, and that's what caused this problem. And I was like, really? And they were like, yeah, the trazodone we gave you, it caused this. And I was like, oh my God. And they were like, we're telling you, we're scared to tell you, but we're going to tell you. The trazodone, one of the things you agreed when you signed the forms and took the trazodone was that there is side effects. And yeah, there's a side effect to trazodone, which is severe dehydration sometimes. It's fucking fucked up. Also, trazodone is slightly methamphetamine too. Trazodone is a cut from methamphetamine. And I actually failed the drug test over it. It's fucking stupid. I failed the drug test, and they were like, what? And I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm on trazodone. I think that's what it is. And we did the research, and yeah, trazodone is actually cut from methamphetamine. It's insane. It'll set off drug tests sometimes. If you overuse it, if you take like 3 of them, it'll show up as meth on a drug test. It's fucking stupid. And I was like, how does a sleep med, have methamphetamine in it? But I mean, stupid scorpion. That's like the most personal thing I can say. I feel no shame about this because nothing bad happened. Who cares about getting an adult circumcision? It's not something to feel shame about. It's just sort of like, but it's weird. It was stupid. And that was the cost that I paid to learn what the solution to most of my problems were, which was not sleep. I just didn't think that I needed to. I was like, I've lived off 4 hours of sleep for most of my life. And they were like, no, that'll straight kill you. I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, you need probably now, especially because you're like an ex-junkie and all this, you need to be sleeping more than you're awake maybe. And I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, if you want to heal, sleep is how you're going to get it. And I was like, oh, okay. And so that's what I do. I go for, 14 to 18 hours. And then I I like bomb out on sleep meds and I sleep for 12 hours and I feel so good. It really was like the difference. It's how I was able to do this as a streamer. It was how I was able to, you know, like finally getting enough sleep was really a big part of it. So ironically, that doctor, he did save my life with that. It sucks because, and you often hear this story. Ironically, they did save my life. But I mean, he had to take a chance on that. I mean, he did take a chance. I had a terrible side effect. He took a chance with it, and I did have a nasty side effect. And he was like, "I'm so sorry." And I was like, "It's not your fault that I had a drug side effect. I signed the forms and I said, give me the trazodone. That's not your fucking fault." You know, that's just me. I had an adverse drug reaction. You can't predict that. I'm not an idiot. You know. No lasting damage, so who cares? You know. Honestly, it was an improvement. I can get a bigger boner now than I ever could. You know. I mean, I know. It sounds disgusting, but it is true. I mean, I'm now, you know, now I'm circumcised and it's bigger. It's funny.
And ultimately, whether the company should continue paying for care. And of course, these companies, they claim that these guidelines are independent and evidence-based. The only problem is they're sometimes using guidelines they've just come up with themselves. One of the most commonly used ones, for example, being called Interqual, and it's produced by a unit of United Health's Mental Health Division, which is called Optum. As in interviews, several current and former insurance employees, notably from multiple different companies, they reportedly told ProPublica that they were required to prioritize the proprietary guidelines their company used. And big key thing, that is even if their own clinical judgment made them think different. So Timothy Stock, for example, he reportedly cited a set of guidelines known as the MCG, right? And that is another of the most commonly used ones, and it's been developed by a company called Hearst Health. And besides Geneva Moore's coverage in 2016, Stock reportedly referenced them to deny coverage to a teenage girl who is in residential treatment for major depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and anxiety. And then in another case, he upheld the denial of coverage for a girl with a long history of mental illness just a few weeks into her stay at a facility, claiming that she was, quote, making progressive improvements. But then, less than 2 weeks later, according to court records, she self-harmed, with the judge then eventually ruling against the insurer and writing that Stock and another doctor, quote, unreasonably ignored.
Like, it just because she acts out is not like the doctor's fault. How can the doctor know what they're gonna do? The doctor is not this end-all be-all godlike form. It's not like that. Maybe if you're in a fucking hospital gown in a hospital bed, the doctor knows what's happening with you. But I mean, no, the doctor doesn't know that you're going through mental hell. The doctor doesn't know this. They can't show up in your personal life and save you. That's on you. You must dig yourself out of that. The doctor can't watch you all the time, you know? And so then they're like, oh, the doctor failed because they self-harmed. No, the person failed because they self-harmed. Not the doctor. The doctor tried. The person failed. I think suicide is so selfish. I am a survivor of suicide. And trust me, I know how selfish it is. It's you know, that shit ruined my life. Fucking dumbest shit I ever did. It's so selfish. This is the one with better stats. Yeah, it's got Charm in them. I'm gonna equip that one. I'm just gonna break this one. Why do I have a different umbrella now? No. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. No, I want that one. Yes, there we go. You are heavy. I don't know why how am I overweight? That does not really make sense. It's like, it's 146 out of 410. You're not overweight.
Ignored the weight of the medical evidence showing that the girl continued to require residential treatment. But Stock, he's still practicing it. In fact, according to ProPublica, across the country, insurers continue to rely on doctors like him whose judgments have been criticized by courts, right? I mean, you have other examples like Dr. Barbara Senner. She once wrote that a patient was not suicidal when, according to medical records, she was actually actively planning to kill herself. With then the resulting lawsuit, which was against United Behavioral Health, not Center, making it all the way up to the 9th US.
They just warn you. They're like, yeah, don't waste your time. I'm a respectable enough person to be like, if I knew, I'd be like, don't waste your time. I'm on my way out. Don't waste your time. Don't get involved with me. It's a warning. I'm telling you right now. And they're like, nah, we're your mental health facilitator. We're not gonna abandon you. And they just fight with you. They fight with you. They're like, okay, we understand that you want to leave. We're trying to change that. You know. What are they gonna do? Give up on you? No, but it's still selfish. It's still selfish to be like, I'm leaving anyways. You know, that's selfish. It is shitty. It's sometimes we like, not sometimes, we do, all life is sacred. All life is sacred. Some of us view it as profane for anybody to take their own away. You know, it's, you know, all life is sacred. It's so profane to take your own life away. But, you know, a bunch of my heroes did it, so, you know. Can't believe Bradley Noel fucking overdosed. Bradley Noel overdosing was the hardest one to take. Even Kurt was easier, because Kurt, he was like walking the knife blade. Bradley just walked off by mistake. I think Bradley loved his life, and I don't think he wanted to go. You know? He was just a heroin junkie. That's the lead singer of Sublime. Oh, can't move. Can't move. Ooh! Ah! What?
Opinion, the judges wrote that Dr. Center's independent evaluation and coverage decisions were based on obvious factual errors, with also the lawyer who represented the hospital saying that after that, she didn't think any insurance company would ever work with Center again. But in fact, over the next 10 years, United and other insurance companies continued employing Center, even as her decisions continue to be singled out in court cases. In fact, according to ProPublica, she has been referenced in at least 12 lawsuits alleging that insurers wrongly denied insurance coverage to patients who needed intensive mental health care, 4 of which ended in confidential settlements with no admission of wrongdoing by the insurers, and 3 in judgments finding the insurance company had improperly denied coverage, one of which was appealed and then settled. And of course, with all that, there's some who say the fact that big companies can so often just shell out some cash to avoid any admission of wrongdoing or real consequences, that is a major problem. But in any case, there is a lot more, even beyond all that ProPublica has highlighted. Like, I mean, another example of a big problem, there's these so-called ghost networks, right, which basically describes when health plans list providers who supposedly accept that insurance but who aren't actually available, with the reality being that there are often nowhere near enough available therapists at insurance networks to serve all of the people seeking care, with very notably literally hundreds of psychiatrists speaking to ProPublica and many saying they left the network because of problems with the insurer. While the shortage of insurance-covered therapists is bad in itself, these out-of-date registries that don't reflect the actual availability of care, they make things even worse. For example, one person reportedly moving to a new city knowing he needed mental health care and thinking he'd be able to find it. But instead, he ended up just trapped in this so-called ghost network and later was found dead. Right? And even though some states have tried to tackle this, most reportedly aren't even trying, and issues are still widespread. With part of the issue there being that even massive insurers are often regulated at the state level. With, for example, ProPublica finding that United's algorithm program had been deemed illegal in 3 states by 2021, but then also saying it hasn't stopped it from using similar methods in other states, with mental health advocates claiming every single jurisdiction in which the company operates would need to be successful in bringing a case against it. And so with all this, I would recommend, if you want every single detail, I'm going to link down to sources and articles in the description below. But in the meantime, you know, I gotta ask, what are your thoughts with this? What are your experiences with all this? Which actually is kind of the perfect note, because it brings us to the final thing today. Let's do some commentary, right? Let's talk about what y'all said on the last video. And I'll start here by highlighting on the most popular non-news comment that read, Phil, don't add Sundays. Remember the burnout days. As much as I want to get filled in more, you and your team don't need that extra. Which I will say, 1, I love your face. Thank you for looking out. But 2, don't worry, I'm an expert in feeling out my burnout these days. Also 3, if the beginning of this year is any indication, we have no shortage of stuff to fill these shows with. I mean, we're at 30 minutes and still not getting to everything that we want to in a day. Then also 4, what I'm wanting to accomplish with this show over the next 1 to 3 years, like economically, it's gonna make sense to add a 5th show. And you also don't have to worry about the quality, because number 5, today's show was actually going to be what the Sunday show was on the 26th. Because this is embarrassing, I actually forgot that today was gonna be MLK Day. And so the team has that day off. So this show was shot on Friday when I went, oh my God, I can't believe I'm so embarrassed, I forgot. And so I repurposed it to be the Philip DeFranco show release for Monday and then live stream the inauguration today. But y'all, understand, I love you, I appreciate you, but I love me the most. And like with anything else I've added and tested and then dropped off, I will never put a poor show at risk for failure. But with that said, as far as the other comments, those were about the news. You know, those were generally split between the Elon Musk controversy and scandal, the Supreme Court and the porn ban, and transnational adoption. Starting with Elon Musk, which generally most of the comments could be summarized here with, what the hell is this guy doing? Right, a lot of people laughing at Elon seemingly misunderstanding who has been
Cannot do anything.
Are, right, thinking that they're like some
Get a grip, piece of shit developer!
Just partners.
Keep my mouse on the fucking screen! Worthless piece of shit developer!
Newspaper editors on YouTube are not the boss, right? Others adding, Elon, quote, check out these spicy DMs with me and Asman. And Asman saying, but yeah, that's basically how YouTube works. And it did leave me personally wondering, is Elon Musk just like really ignorant to like how the ecosystem works there? Or like, was he so blinded by anger about this situation that he saw what he wanted to see? Yeah, then also we got comments like, just remember, the same guy engaging in petty squabbles and lying about his gamer credentials wants to establish his own colony on Mars and presumably set the laws you would have to live by when you're there. But then regarding the Supreme Court and the porn ban, we saw people saying, quote, it's hard to parent my children is the dumbest excuse from a lawyer. If your children have too many devices for you to monitor to keep them safe until they're over the age of 18, then don't give them the devices all at once. Yes, if you have the funds to give your children everything they could possibly want, then it's your right to do so. However, don't blame the websites or the internet that you don't teach your children to use responsibly or monitor for the bad things that happen. That's where being a parent comes in. You know, that was something a lot of you just kept hammering, saying the irony of Alito acknowledging the younger generation knows more about tech than older people, but actively sitting in a lifetime appointment in the highest court of America as an elder, making law on new technologies. That's a little bit of saying the quiet part out loud. And if you are concerned about your children accessing adult content online, then you should educate yourself on solving that problem. Why is it potentially my problem that you can't parent your kids? And then finally, I can't go through all of them, but it was so interesting to see people sharing their experiences with transnational adoption. There was some of y'all sharing things like, I'm a Chinese adoptee and I was one of the ones who got lucky. My adopted parents loved me with their whole hearts and gave me the best life they could, and I love them. But I have always and will always wonder about my birth parents. I don't have any resources to find them, but I would give almost anything to know if they're wondering about me and tell them I'm okay. I have friends who are adopted, but they were born here in the States. They found siblings and other relatives by tracing the paperwork backwards and DNA testing. I can't do that, and it's so heartbreaking sometimes. Adoption, transnational or not, is a highly complex system run by complex and often corrupt people. I can never quite bring myself to disparage adoption as an idea, but I do feel very deeply for both adoptees and birth parents who just want to meet and love each other. And I will say, like, if you go into the comment section, there are a lot of different stories kind of scattered around, and thank you to everyone who shared opinions and shared their stories. But that, my friends, is where your Monday evening, Tuesday morning Philip DeFranco show is going to end. Of course, I'll see you more this week. I got a brand new show for you this Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Also, friendly reminder, snag what you can while you can over at beautifulbachelor.com, including this guy. Finally, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
The golden age of America has arrived. President Donald J. Trump, number 47 in 43 minutes. Happy days are here again.
This is We the Sequel, We the People, round 2, as we take back our capital, as we take back the country after January 6th and all of those people running in jail for no reason. Most of them.
I'm ready to see gas prices under $1.50. I'm ready to see the Federal
Yeah,
Reserve
right.
abolished. I'm ready to see Trump
Yeah, right.
buy 1 million Bitcoins for a strategic reserve for us Americans to have. I'm ready to see the northern, the southern borders secure. I'm ready to see inflation go down to 0. I'm ready for all the Jan 6 prisoners not only to get a pardon, but to get multi-million-dollar payouts in the future. And I'm ready to go to Greenland and have a nice hotel stay at a future Trump tower that gets built there. I'm ready for that.
Why are you building a Trump tower in Greenland?
Negative 30 right now, though.
Well, Greenland is really cold and icy, and Iceland is really green and nice, right?
Yeah, it was like they named it that to trick the Vikings. So Iceland's the green one. So they were like, the Vikings, they were scared of them, so they were just like, yo, we're going to call Greenland Iceland and reverse it. So that the Vikings got to Greenland and were like, fuck,
Wow, that's amazing.
I'm really honestly going to be proud to see our president able to walk and not crap himself in front of the world stage. It's nice to have a president that can speak English without mumbling. It's nice to have a president
can't.
that the
He
people on
mumbles
the
all the
world stage
time.
actually respect.
He's got
and maybe
dentures.
fear a little bit. Remember when he did the thing with Rocket Man? People said he was going to start World War III. He's like, Rocket Man, I've got the biggest rocket. I got a bigger button. I've got a bigger rocket.
Rocket Man is on a suicide mission for himself
What?
and for his regime.
And everyone said that was going to start World War III. But did it? No, it actually backed off Rocket Man. And in the end, they ended up shaking hands, which had never been done before. Never been done in the history of the world. And it's that strength that you need when you come into a negotiation. You don't need some guy bumbling and barely able to walk,
It is
rolling
true.
up in front of the world leaders. They're laughing behind our backs.
This is
They're
true.
making us look
But
foolish.
both of them are
At least
jokes.
Trump has swagger.
They were both
He's got
jokes.
Americana, and he's a badass.
I definitely think he's learned a lot. I think, while we definitely didn't want the last 4 years, I think he's benefited from 4 years of just seeing what can happen. And now he's got the right team assembled. He knows how to move things around.
Same as him.
I think we're going to see real meaningful change.
Yeah, I'm ready for Elon
Yeah, right.
to really cut most of the 2 million plus jobs in the federal government out of the equation, and I'm ready to see over 400 bureaucracies here in the United States that are like a cancer in God's U.S. Republic completely abolished. The IRS needs to be abolished.
I would like to see, say, Department of Education gone. I would like to see ATF gone.
Why do you want the Department of Education shut down?
Before the Department of Education, we were ranked 9th in the world. Or no, we were 7th in the world.
In education.
Yes, in education. After the Department of Education, I think today, we are about 14th. No Child Left Behind, drastically dumbed down. The curriculums made it so that students couldn't fail. And then every time the curriculum is seen to be upgraded, the teachers union shut it down.
Interesting. Do you think teachers should be paid more?
No.
Why?
What?
There shouldn't be a public education system.
And I'm ready for Donald.
There shouldn't be a public education system.
Bitcoin's a legal tender here, like what has happened in El Salvador with Nayib Bukele.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
What's the benefit of having a cryptocurrency reserve?
Well, with Bitcoins, we have to adapt to that as Americans. We have to have that because if we don't, we're going to be very, very far behind of other nations like El Salvador, who's leading the way.
Yeah.
Those people there.
I guess it's just important to have market regulation when it comes to, Bitcoin because of pump and dump schemes. Like, did you see the Haktua coin?
Right, that's a huge problem. We have Bitcoins, they're incredible, and then we have all the scam coins out there. And there are so many altcoins that are just wreaking havoc.
Yeah, because it's
Life
hard.
after life after life.
It's hard because you want to have a free market, but then the crypto world is just so full of scams. It's like you need some element of regulation.
Right, there needs to be some type of thing put in, and hopefully Trump can get it done.
What do you think about this upcoming
But
presidential
I mean, you're basing this on what? The last 4 years that Trump had, where he did nothing at all except pay out PUA. He didn't do a single goddamn thing. He didn't even get the border built. What are you basing this idea that he's going to do something now? He's not going to do anything now, you goddamn moron. He's not going to do anything at all. He promised a lot of stuff, but it doesn't matter if he delivers. What is he going to do? He's not going to do anything now. You're so stupid. It's been 67 years since the Do-Nothing Congress or the presidency have done anything at all. There's been like, you know, Obamacare. That's it. There's like Obamacare and addressing the infrastructure. I would say, did they do Build Back Better? No, they just addressed it. And then PUA, there's been like 3 things that they've done in the last 67 fucking years. If you don't count 9/11, I guess I can't count it. So, you know, that, and you think he's going to do something? What the fuck are you basing that on, son? What did he do in the first 4 years? Nothing at all. Not a single goddamn thing. And what would you base this on? What are you basing this on? You think he's suddenly going to turn around and do something? No, he didn't do anything the first 4 years. Why would he do anything now?
I was born in Cuba. I came in 2011. First terms for Trump, didn't really agree with him. Didn't really agree with the way that he spoke about immigrants, especially I was not citizen yet. I didn't think about voting on the second term, but something happened. I saw that Biden took like such a comfortable back seat during July 6th back in Cuba. I don't know if you've heard about the situation.
Tell us about it.
So I think it was 2022. There was a massive revolt all around the island.
Oh, yeah.
All the cities were taking to the streets,
and the Democrats didn't do shit.
Sick and tired. There's no food.
But I mean, America hates Cuba. America's always hated Cuba. America hates the Cuban leaders. America hates Cubans. It sucks, but it is true. Like, I would say them. Like, if you examine how the Cubans were treated in Miami, watch the movie Scarface. You'll understand. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, but so you understand, we have never treated Cuba well. We've always thought of Cuba as this communist people that were gonna like nuke us. It sucks, but it is true. Expecting us to... Ooh, why is it suddenly dark? Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go back to the respite then. Forgot that I'm...
The government basically hoards all the resources, and instead of distributing them like they're supposed to, you know, communism, they give it to, like, the people that were close with them, the agents,
like Venezuela.
Like Venezuela, exactly. Same thing. It was violent. The police were... there are videos of police breaking into, like, the house of one of the organization leaders. They shot him right in front of the family. You can see, like, the blood running. It's really sad. I was crying throughout that entire place. Like, it was tragic.
And how did Biden respond to the July 6th events?
He didn't do anything. He basically said we're not...
Well, yeah, but I mean, we're Americans. We can't solve Cuba's problems. You guys like communism, or at least your government does. What can we do for you? What can we do for you, buddy? We live near you, so we really care, and we do have a lot of Cuban nationals and a lot of Cuban Americans, and we love our Cuban community itself. But like, what can we do? What can we do? You are not America. Would you care to merge countries? And then we might care. But you are not America, friend. I don't know why America needs to care about these other countries unless they're pointing missiles at us. You know, that's what the borders are for. There's, sooner or later, you have to stop caring about
anything
other countries until you take care of your own.
Revolving around Cuba, we're gonna...
Now, what are we expected to do here? Are we expected to just send a bunch of relief? I bet the Democrats did send relief. Let's go look. I think you've been blinded in the echo chamber. Let's go see. So now the U.S. State Department returned Cuba to its list of state sponsors of terrorism. Yes, that's like literally what we think of Cuba. What did you think we were going to do? Send you relief? Yeah, we got relations, but I mean... Now they're taking Cuba off the list. So I don't know, like it's weird. As an American who's ignorant to this stuff, I really don't know, but I don't, I'm talking about like I would say the average American's assumption about this is that you're not America, you're Cuba. Why would we help you? I was surprised when we gave aid for Fukushima. I'm surprised we helped Israel at all. I don't know. It's not that I don't want to help our friends. We can help our friends. But it's, I think a monetary situation where you just hand money to your friends is just never good.
Leave them to their device.
And I say this because, yeah, my best friend, he handed me like $11,000 over a 5-year period. Helped me pay rent when I was struggling. I couldn't get a job. And now the weight of the fact that I still haven't paid him the 11 grand because I've not had 11 grand. I've not had 11 grand. I don't even have 7 grand a year. And so I just don't have 11 grand to pay him. And it ended up being this thing that kind of tore our friendship apart, I think in the end, because I just never did show up with any real money. And this is the thing. I wish we had just never done that in the first place. I should have just dealt with the streets earlier. I never should have took his help.
There's a group of Cubans that today are going to be having a protest in front of the White House to basically encourage Trump to look at that situation and try to do something, try to help.
Yeah. How long did it take?
You think Trump is going to be nice to Latinos? Is this really your right-wing assumption?
You to achieve.
Are you that dumb? You are that dumb. Do you really think that Trump is gonna help Cuba?
Citizenship.
You're fucking dumb, dude.
Well,
that MAGA shit has completely plugged the butthole that is your brainstem, and you are completely goddamn deaf, dumb, and blind if you think Trump is going to help Cuba in any way or fucking form. The Republicans hate Cuba. And that's why you didn't get any aid. It's not the Democrats. Yeah, Joe Biden did nothing. You got to remember, because every time he proposes something, the Republicans say no in the Congress. Did you forget? It's called the filibuster. We bitched about it from 2018 until 2023. Remember the filibuster that we don't really talk about anymore, where the Republicans say no to everything that Joe tried to do at all? I'm sure Joe wanted to help Cuba. I'm sure he did. But remember, every time he pitches it, the Republicans say no. They said no to everything that he said. Every single last thing he pitched, they just said no to. That's what the filibuster is. That's the do-nothing Congress. Do you really think Trump's going to save Cuba? You're a moron if you think so. Trump's not going to spend $1 on Cuba, trust me. He can't. It's not America. Unless somebody goes in there and drops bombs on Havana or something like that. Trust me, Trump's not going to do shit for Cuba. And you're deaf, dumb, and blind if you were working under that crazy, brainwashed, brain-dead MAGA fucking assumption that he would. Because trust me, any Republican standing around you in that crowd will tell you Trump doesn't give two shits about Cuba, and nor should he. Cuba isn't America. I care about Cuba more than Trump does. You know what I'm saying? What? It's true.
Well, for me, it was around 6-7 years. It's not hard. You just gotta know history, learn the history. They literally give you a booklet with the answers.
Jesus. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
You can't be tough on crime and elect a felon. Yeah, that's true. Birds aren't real.
No, thank you.
Birds aren't real.
Can you tell me about
Yanni Laurel, what?
Jesus. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Birds aren't real.
No, thank you. Can you tell me about your sign?
Sure. So mine says protect trans kids. There's a lot of discourse.
What's birds aren't real or Yanny or Laurel? What does
About
that
trans
mean?
people right now, all of the talking points being made are word for word identical to what they were 20 years ago or 30 years ago.
What does Yanny or Laurel mean?
About gay people?
It's like we have mutants living among us on planet Earth.
Yeah, that's your average Republican. Doesn't surprise me at all.
I think if kids want to change their name, explore gender identity, do whatever the fuck they want,
they can.
That's fine. If they at some point want to do something medical about it, then they can have an informed conversation with a parent and or medical professional.
And what threat do you think the next 4 years pose to that?
I mean, Trump said he's going to sign an executive order on day one saying that there are two genders. So there's a pretty imminent threat of getting kicked out of the military, losing gender inclusive care. People are going to die from this, and that's really shitty.
Transgender students in sports became a top issue in the 2024 campaign trail, and now a top priority of House Republicans
No, I
in the
mean,
new Congress.
the fascists have taken power. I mean, this is what happens when they do. They try to kill gay people. They try to suppress black people. They try to bring some crazy fiction about law and order, but what they really mean is fascism. And then, and all this other shit. Yeah, and it just sucks. It's...
The only time that people, the general public, started caring about trans people in women's sports was when they started winning. Like, Leah Thomas isn't even, she's a good swimmer. She's not the best.
Yeah.
There's no epidemic of men going into women's sports and sweeping competition. Like, that's not happening.
Yeah.
And also being on estrogen long term actually, like, weakens your physical abilities. And medical transition is often necessary to compete in women's sports for trans people. So, like,
hatred has won, and
Yeah.
that is depressing. I cried on election day. I know so many other women who
me
cried
too.
on election day. This means that so many people have to go into hiding, can't be themselves. People are, like Grant said, people are gonna die.
You can't be tough on crime and elect a felon.
People are, it's just, I'm legitimately terrified for my immigrant friends. I stay awake at night thinking about them, thinking about trans people. Whether or not you think that gay people should exist, trans people should exist, immigrants should be here or not, what I hope we can
They're
all come
people,
together and
and I love
understand is
them.
that humans are humans.
Yep.
Maybe they did commit a crime. Maybe they do something that you don't agree with. They are still
They're
people.
still people. Yeah.
The mass deportations of immigrants,
Hey, Biden supported the Vietnam War and killed a lot
the
of
mass
people in
deportation
Vietnam.
of immigrants is
I think Biden's
going to kill people.
Right? Yeah, Biden's shit. Okay, great.
What are your thoughts on the whole like mass deportation issue?
She didn't even say Biden's name.
Deportation. My wife is Mexican. Like I said, I live by the border. I love the Mexican people. There's a lot of good people. We definitely start at the top, meaning the worst, and work our way down. You know, necessarily not so many, all these little, you know, people with their families or people second generation, this and that. You know, let's not get too carried away. We'll start with the worst and we'll work our way down. When you got murderers and rapists in San Diego County, we have not just a sanctuary city, we have a super sanctuary city where not only can you not tell ICE if there's a problem with an illegal alien, you can't tell them even if they
What's the problem with an illegal alien? The fact that they're there?
committed armed robbery or rape. They're like, no, what about the poor rapists in armed robbery? We can't send them back. We can't tell ICE.
We will not allow our local resources to be used for actions that separate families.
So they don't want to use the resources, which is what they calling ICE, just because they want to protect illegal aliens. I think the people that are doing these laws are actually paid off by the cartel. It's a crazy conspiracy. I know. You know, it's one thing having immigration, but when you just have a total open border, and then when they come in, they get free health care, they get free cell phones, they get free hotels, when our homeless people are living on the streets. I mean, come on, people. We got to do this legally, right?
We need to have a
Why do
very
you keep talking
solid
like Trump, you idiot?
immigration policy so we keep attracting the best talents across the world to this land to build it up, build economy, build companies, hire employee people, you know. I pay tax, and I want my tax to benefit my neighbors, my country, and my children, and my neighborhood, my community, right? I don't want Other countries take advantage of the United States people.
Scientology is a cult. Thank you.
Are you a Scientologist?
Nope.
Do you think that we're Scientologists?
Nope. Just getting the message out. That's all.
What's the worst thing Scientology's done?
They use children for auditing, so 8, 9, 10-year-olds are asking grown men about masturbation and anal sex.
That's not good. Do you feel like
hashtag save the children?
Are you hoping for like exoneration for the January 6th people?
I am indeed. In fact, I was down there at the vigil for the J6ers down on Freedom Corner
People are
with
so
Mickey
crazy.
Whithoff,
You can
who
hear
is
it.
Ashley Babbitt's mother. In fact, I have Ashley Babbitt's ashes in this necklace right here. I made this necklace with Ashley Babbitt's ashes. I made it for her and her husband.
This morning, new details about 35-year-old Ashley Babbitt, who was shot and killed by a Capitol police officer.
And I was down there and I was told that the word on the street is the guards were told to stay late tonight to help release the prisoners.
Are they being held in D.C. right now?
Oh yeah, they're not far from here, a few miles down the street.
Thank you so much, Matt. Any message to the American people before we go?
You should go watch his movie. This guy makes some great documentaries. I went to his premiere. It was freaking awesome. Thanks, brother.
I appreciate you, Matt. Thanks, Doc. Have a good one.
If you missed it, just 5 days ago, we dropped our first ever independent film called Dear Kelly, a project that's being received quite well across the political spectrum. It explores the life, backstory, and beliefs of a man named Kelly J. Patriot, who I met at a White Lives Matter rally in 2021.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Clintons.
The film was shot over the course of 3.5 years, documenting Kelly's radicalization, his quest for revenge against a private lender, and his family's attempts to pull him out of the rabbit hole and put family first. The film is currently being self-hosted and privately distributed at www.dearkellyfilm.com for the low rental cost of $5.55. So if you want to support us and see the movie, head on over. All right. Back to the streets of D.
You know, he did a public screening of it, and I wish I had watched it. I forgot that it was on that day. I should have set a time. But I'm not paying him for it. I don't have any money. They stole all that. Like, I literally had to, I had to do a $50 transfer today from savings because I have no money. Like, full blown. I'm out. I don't have the $5.55 to pay him. Or I would go see the movie. I think I'm like the only honest person left alive. It's weird. It's weird. Anybody, I don't know anybody willing to admit they've got $5 left, you know?
DC.
Oh yeah, we are surrounded by ancient pagan symbols, from the obelisk there, which may be the biggest obelisk in the world, to the dome there of Isis, the ever-pregnant womb of Isis in the occult mindset. That's what that is. With the apotheosis of George Washington, which is that mural inside the dome, which represents that
very Illuminati. Masonic
future that so many Masons are into having, where they ascend as a god into some type of paradise. It's not from the Bible, and I'm totally against all that. I'm standing here for Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the Lord of the heavens and the earth.
Wait, I'm a bit confused. You're here for Jesus Christ. However, the pagan symbology is also important.
Well, it's not important to me, but it is what it is.
Yeah. No, you just hate pagans. Just say it. Just say it. You hate pagans.
Was a plan, in fact, to honor the ancient gods. And the plan was not to honor Jesus Christ.
And every country in the history of mankind has done the same. Tomorrow the sun will rise.
The people who designed this place, the main people, were into it to honor their Masonic god, who is Satan, recorded about in the King James Version Bible.
Who do you think was controlling Biden behind the scenes?
Obama was definitely a key player. But again,
Obama.
in my research, Obama is more like a manager in Satan's hierarchy. He's got the World Economic Forum. He's got the UN. He's got King Charles and the monarchy. He's got so many different groups that have extreme amounts of power compared to me.
Yeah. Do you think that there's kind of like a second deep state forming around Trump?
Well, just protect Trump from having that happen, God. Please help him not to make the same mistakes that he made when he was 43rd president of the United States, God.
And where do you get most of your news and information from?
X. Not just Infowars.com with Alex Jones.
Did you use X back when it was in control of Jack Dorsey?
Well, I did, and I got suspended multiple times.
Was that kind of a wake-up call for you, just having your account taken down multiple times?
I was really aware of that type of thing back in 2013 when I
Yeah,
started listening to Alex
we've
Jones.
known that
He
they do
started
that.
to wake me up to how things really work in a general way. How we're in a war, and there's a group called the Globalists, and they want to depopulate the Earth, and they want to get it down to under 500 million people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
and they
true.
want to bring in their new world order system, their technotronic state where you can't buy or sell without the mark of the beast. It's right there in the book of Revelation, the King James Version Bible. I mean, we may live in that time. We may go through it. I'm ready to die for Jesus. I'm never taking the mark of the beast no matter what.
What's the mark of the beast?
It could be a microchip
Democrats.
in your hand, this one, your right one, or your left one, and then maybe it's some type of Neuralink chip in your head.
Yeah.
Or maybe something more advanced than that. Some people...
The hell was that? The hell was that? I think I clicked in it and it thought I was trying to play. Okay. Oh, am I full again? Yeah. God damn it. Try all the respite.
Nanoparticulates, or however you say it, in those bioweapon shots from Big Pharma.
I had beer and pizza. Yeah. What's happening to my people? The right-wing side of the Truther Party is so goddamn stupid. I really don't like them. I'm Truther, but I believe a lot of the things that he believes, but not in the way that he's saying them, because they're this skewed, hateful thing. It sounds like Hitler to me when they speak. Yeah. Truthers were not always right wing.
Type of mark of the beast thing. But, anyway.
Hey, man, well, I appreciate you so much. Thanks for your time, man. Appreciate you. And our show's called Channel 5. Be sure to check it out, man. Appreciate you, dude.
You're awesome.
Thank you. You're awesome, too.
Dude, God bless life.
Yeah, man.
I love you.
You too.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority. Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with.
Ooh, wait. Oh, wait. Yep. Patrick CC.
Mel Gibson attempted to warn us about the hidden evils of this world countless times in the past 30 years. Whether he was outing predatory Hollywood elites or attacking the president, he refused to hold his tongue on controversial topics, which made some very powerful people upset with him. His unapologetic opinions have rendered him a reputation as homophobic, anti-Semitic, racist, an abuser, and straight up crazy, which resulted in him losing major film roles and nearly being blacklisted from Hollywood.
Most people's number one fear is public humiliation. Okay? I don't give a fuck anymore.
Nope.
I'm not afraid of it.
He doesn't need to be. He's got like $700 million. What the fuck does he care? He's got so many movies. What does he care what anybody thinks of him? The money will still sleep with him at night. You know what I'm saying? He could buy a different woman for you know, not buy a different woman, but he could buy like a different house for every day that he lives for the rest of his life. He could buy a new house to sleep in every day for the rest of his life, and it still wouldn't matter. He still has enough money to do that. I think it's insane. So like, why would he care what anybody thinks? It's easy when you have money. I say all these things whether, you know, whether I have money or not. How to render, I guess. This is a thing. Oh, okay. There's one here I haven't done. I'm just trying to get through my tier 2 backlog. That looks like it breaks. Wait, I did do this one. I'm at the wrong one, huh? It's... Oh, it's the other one. I'm sorry. So... Oh, is it up? Yeah, it sounds like it's up. No, wait. That's it. That's it. Sounds like a bunch of demons. The hell is that? Oh no, there's a boss. Well, that seems to be working, so I'm just gonna keep doing it. Fucking annoying, but okay. Ah, what are you doing? No! Oh god, you piece of shit developer, keep the mouse on the screen. Keep the mouse on the fucking screen. Keep the mouse on the screen. Golos, monitor of seeds. Okay. Where's the other one? Fuck, did he get away? No, that's a different one. Ah, you're so annoying. Oh no, there's a thing? Aww. Where is Golos Monitor of the Seeds? What the hell? Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Ah, what? Oh. Just die, you. Ah. Oh, that looks like it hurts. Oh, yeah, I was like, that is a bad guy, right? Yeah, it is. Ah, I can't see. Can't do anything. Is that him? No, that's not him. Or, you know, it must be him. No, he's a dude. Is there an order? Oh, okay. Oh, here he is. There we go. Where'd you go? You're just running from me. Where did you go, Golos, Monitor of Seeds? Aww. Where did you go, Golos? Oh. Where is Kate? Is she down? I didn't see Kate. Did he go down there? Look, there's a lot of sulfur here.
On the Joe Rogan podcast, it seems the opinion about Mel has dramatically shifted. Love how Mel is at the intersection of genius and madman. Mel Gibson, one of the few Hollywood actors that I feel has a heart of truth. Over the years, Hollywood's dark secrets have slowly come to light, with some of the most unimaginable conspiracies being considered in normal discourse. Today we are going to analyze the controversial things that ruined Mel Gibson's reputation in Hollywood, starting with this 1998 interview where he may have crossed a line.
Other points of interest about women, you know.
There's a producer I know, successful producer. I will not mention names, but his whole opinion about women on film, from beginning to end, is very brief. He says women on film, either naked or dead. Both is better.
Although we don't know for sure, perhaps Gibson was referring to Harvey Weinstein, because just a couple years after this interview, he created the film Frida, where Salma Hayek alleged that Weinstein would only let her finish the film if she agreed to do a scene with another woman, and he demanded full frontal nudity. Even if that allegation is false, there is no doubt that the mantra, get naked, get nominated, has become kind of a running joke in Hollywood.
You know, it used to be, you get naked, you get nominated.
But when you think about it, that's kind of a dark reality for women in film. In the past 37 years, only 2 women who won Best Actress at the Oscars had never been on camera. Cher, who won in 1987, and Michelle Yeoh, who won in 2023. Now, the specific roles that got these women the nominations or victories were not always the films that they were nude in, but considering 95% of the winners were naked on film at some point in their career, does beg the question if the elites demand this requirement. Hollywood quickly made Mel realize that normal life is much more appealing than the not-so-glamorous red carpet. He was an outsider, born one of 11 siblings in the Hudson Valley area of New York. His father uprooted his family to Sydney, Australia, where Mel began studying theater and performance art while taking on small acting roles. His big break came in 1979 with the cult classic Australian film Mad Max. Produced on a budget of just $350,000,
That's such a good
Mad
movie.
Max earned an astounding $100 million worldwide, setting a Guinness World Record as the most profitable film in history at that point. Naturally, they made a follow-up film, which many fans believe to be one of the best sequels ever. Mel continued to focus on Australian films. By 1985, he had a few hits under his belt and even was paid $1 million for his reprisal of Max Rokitansky in Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. In 1987, the 30-year-old Australian superstar decided to take his talents to Los Angeles, California, where he immediately felt uncomfortable with his surroundings.
When I came over here, you know, I had a whole bunch of weird paranoid suspicions about what the hell was going on, because there was a lot of stuff I couldn't understand, and nobody was really bothering to explain it to me. And I formed a bunch of opinions about the town and about the people in it that were like, surely that couldn't be. Because
yeah, surely that couldn't be. But they are like that. They're a bunch of coke-swilling rapists.
You know, where the stranger wanders in and all the people are in the bar and they all shut up when he looks at them. And they tell you don't go into the house on the hill. And it's like that. And then you go away and you think, no, I was wrong. I mean, that's insane thinking. I'm paranoid.
No, some of them really are creepy.
That couldn't be the reason for why so-and-so was acting like. Could it? And then you find out later on the track that you were exactly on track, that some of your worst nightmares were real.
It's tough to know exactly what Mel was referring to. Was he just simply put off by rude socialites who are raised in the valley and act like Los Angeles is the center of the universe? Or did he see something darker and more suspicious? The AFC and NFC Championship weekend is almost here, and Underdog is the place to play if you're a fan looking into cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. Underdog is available in over 30 states, including California, Missouri, and Texas. Just call your shot by picking higher or lower on 2 or more players' stats for a shot to win real money. I've been loving playing on Underdog. Here's some of my recent wins. If you haven't played on Underdog yet, you gotta get there and claim your free pick. It's a free W for your entry just waiting for you. Start playing today. Use code PatrickCC and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Download the app today and turn every bucket into a W with Underdog. Despite him feeling uneasy, he stuck around. In 1987, he landed a leading role in the buddy action movie Lethal Weapon that would catapult him into A-list fame. Lethal Weapon became a massive hit, ranking as the 8th highest grossing film of '87 and kickstarting an iconic franchise with 4 movies in total. Mel generated nearly $900 million at the worldwide box office in the 80s, making him more successful than guys like John Travolta and Samuel Jackson. However, his global box office success in the 90s would make him the 10th highest earning actor in the industry, just ahead of 90s icons like Jim Carrey and Tom Cruise. And that's due to his run of hits including the thriller Ransom, the
was
Disney
good,
classic
Pocahontas was good,
where he voices John Smith, and
John
of course
Smith,
his
Braveheart.
most iconic film, Braveheart.
No, I think his most iconic film is still like Lethal Weapon, I think, or Mad Max. I don't think I mean Braveheart was his best work, but
Released in 1995, the film was directed by Gibson, and he also played the lead role of William Wallace, who led a rebellion against English oppression in the late 13th century. The film was an absolute smash, making about 4 times its original budget and providing fans with quotable, patriotic lines for decades.
They may take our lives,
but they'll never take my penis!
they'll never take our freedom!
The film cleaned house when it came to awards the following year, winning Best Picture, Best Director, Best Cinematography, Best Effects, Sound Effects, Editing, and Best Makeup. And while most celebrities at their peak would do anything to protect their money and status, Gibson did the exact opposite. He was eager to speak his mind about anything, no matter how controversial it was. Like in this 1995 interview with Playboy magazine where he made comments about world leaders and hinted at the existence of a deeper, more secretive government entity. How do you feel about Bill Clinton? He's a low-level opportunist. Somebody's telling him what to do. Who? The guy who's in charge isn't going to be the front man ever. If I were going to be calling the shots, I wouldn't make an appearance. Would you? You'd end up losing your head. It happens all the time. All those monarchs. If he's the leader, he's getting shafted. What's keeping him in there? Why would you stay for that kind of abuse? Except that he has to stay for some reason. He was meant to be the president 30 years ago, if you ask me. He was just 18 then. Somebody knew then that he would be president now. You really believe that? I really believe that. He was a Rhodes Scholar, right? Just like Bob Hawke. Do you know what a Rhodes Scholar is? Cecil Rhodes established the Rhodes Scholarship for those young men and women who want to strive for a new world order. Have you heard that before? George Bush? CIA? Really, it's Marxism, but it doesn't want to call itself that. Carl had the right idea, but he was too forward about saying what it was. Get power, but don't admit to it. Do it by stealth. There's a whole trend of Rhodes Scholars who will be politicians around the world. As you can see, Mel Gibson was a conspiracy theorist before it was considered cool, because Mel's theory about Bill...
No, we were all, like, all of us were saying stuff like this. It was insane.
Clinton is very similar to what many have felt and talked about Joe Biden for the past 4 years, primarily due to Donald Trump just straight up saying that a shadowy secret entity referred to as the Deep State are actually running the country. Now, both political parties have justifiably criticized Joe Biden's mental and physical health, questioning if he was ever fit to hold office, but even if the Deep State is just a conspiracy, we can all agree that rich oligarchs with billions invested into lobbying and greasing politicians' pockets are really who call the shots in this country. Yet just when it seems like Mel Gibson is voicing opinions no other celebrity would dare risk, he says something that makes you genuinely question his sanity. Like when he met Christopher Walken and witnessed his supernatural abilities?
No, he came to see me on a rooftop in New York. I said, hey, can I talk to you? And he said, sure. He floated in, sideways, through a crowd of people. He was wearing black. And it was like one of those old vampire movies where they don't walk, but they glide. And he was a dancer, you know, so he has he's very, you know, graceful.
Yeah.
And he moved sideways, and he just sat down in a chair next to me. And it kind of frightened me.
And you are on drugs, Mel Gibson. It's called methamphetamine. I can see it in your eyes. And you're crazy.
A very smart guy. And we started talking, and I didn't, you know, say much of anything about reading the script. Nothing. I just started talking about the Middle Ages. And he began to talk tortures, and we swapped tortures because I'd read this book on torture, and I tried to recall some of the most heinous things I'd ever read in this book, and he was like, oh, and he'd try and top it, and and my assistant was there, and he left because he couldn't stand it anymore. Yeah. The air had turned cold, and then he left, and I wanted to leave because I knew that I didn't want to work with him, and he was getting scary. And then I turned around, and it was on top of the Peninsula Hotel. I turned around to avoid his steady gaze at one point.
I think Mel Gibson believes this happened.
Yeah. And I was looking at a building with the top of the sixes on it, so there was a huge illuminated triple six in red. Yeah. And I went from that to that to that, and he started smiling. And I thought, oh no, Chris Walken is the Antichrist.
Mel toes this line of absolute insanity while recalling enough details to believe his stories are true. Does Mel actually think Christopher Walken has some sort of devilish abilities?
Yes.
Or did they simply have a strange conversation and he is referencing the 1993 film True Romance, where Walken says he is the Antichrist?
You know who I am, Mr. Wally? Who are you? The Antichrist.
But this wasn't the only time in the interview where Gibson mentioned a satanic presence in Hollywood.
Are you quoting a movie, Mel?
Like this can humiliate you, and it can humiliate you. It can be humbling. I mean, it does rip your life to pieces.
My God, what if Christopher Walken is the Antichrist? What if he comes and kills me because I just said that he was the Antichrist? Oh God.
If you'll let it.
Yeah.
And it's always pounding at the walls. These little guys, these little heathens with no soul downstairs with horns on their head with a battering ram trying to like beat your walls in.
Now I think it's safe to assume that Mel did not actually meet little trolls with horns on their heads, but still to this day there are widespread fears of satanic ritual abuse and cult activity, particularly in Hollywood. These fears go all the way back to 2nd century Rome. There were claims that secret Satan-worshipping cults exist that ritualistically abuse and sacrifice children. The European witch hunts of the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries also incorporated claims of devil worship and child sacrifice. But America, which is a predominantly Christian nation, didn't feel any widespread threat of Satanism until the 1980s during the Satanic Panic, and most of that threat came from Hollywood. Movies like The Exorcist and Rosemary's Baby were frequently cited as examples of Hollywood glorifying Satanism and influencing impressionable audiences with demonic imagery. Bands like Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, and Iron Maiden were targeted for their dark imagery and lyrics, with people being so desperate that they played the songs backwards to find
Black
secret
Sabbath
messages.
and Judas Priest are fine. Don't get me DMCA.
Around the country, but Mel Gibson was living in the heart of the land that people deemed as demonic, and it compelled him to make the world know exactly who he tied his allegiance to. Mel was steamrolling into the 2000s, and it looked like he was on his way to being a top 10 superstar for the next decade. What Women Want, Chicken Run, and Signs were back-to-back multi-$100-million hits. His peak in success would be in 2004, but it also resulted in his demise. In 2004, Mel Gibson wrote and directed the controversial film The Passion of the Christ, which depicts the final 12 hours of the life of Jesus of Nazareth on the day of his crucifixion in Jerusalem. After release, the reception was mixed. Opposers believed that the brutality and torture displayed in the film was over the top, but Christians believe that the movie helps us understand just how horribly Jesus suffered.
You know, you step into that arena, you know, it's going to create some fireworks.
Did you think about that before you did it?
Well, I thought, you know, a lot of other people did it. You know, George Stevens did it, and Cecil B. DeMille, and Franco Zeffirelli did it, and man, they didn't get too much. So I thought, I'll just try this, but man, it just was like, well, it was like lighting the world on fire.
Well, you brought the pain to it.
I sort of, you know, got gritty with it.
Did you ever think it was too much?
Of course it was too much. Yes, that was the whole point of it. It was the mystery of suffering. And,
I couldn't watch that movie. I thought it was bad.
I mean, if it was easy, it isn't worth much.
We know that Mel's film is not completely accurate to the Bible, such as depicting Satan as a woman and overemphasizing the story on Mary.
Satan as
The
a
ADL,
woman.
the leading anti-hate organization working to stop the defamation of Jewish people, said this film continues its unambiguous portrayal of Jews as being responsible for the death of Jesus. There is no question in this film about who is responsible. At every single opportunity, Mr. Gibson's film reinforces the notion that the Jewish authorities and the Jewish mob are the ones ultimately responsible for the crucifixion.
The Vatican proclaimed that the Jews were not responsible for the murder of Jesus. Gibson is setting the clock back. It's not about acting. It's about Mel Gibson at his anti-Semitic worst. This lie inspired the murder of my people in the millions over the centuries, and this lie inspired the Holocaust itself.
But with all the controversy, the film did amazing at the box office. With a budget of just $30 million, it made more than $600 million worldwide, holding the record for the highest earning R-rated film for years. Additionally, the film can be credited in making church attendance rise and inspiring many people to reconsider and focus more attention on their faith. Regardless of its biblical inaccuracies, followers of Jesus believe the film is a net positive influence overall. However, the film is still widely regarded by many to be anti-Semitic and dangerous, and Jewish people's suspicions of Mel's underlying beliefs would be confirmed after a drunken rant with a police officer. At 2:36 a.m. on July 28, 2006, LA County Deputy
I didn't know all this stuff. I'd heard all this stuff. I heard a bunch of nasty things about Mel Gibson, but I never looked into it and actually watched the videos of it or anything like that. I don't care about celebrities. I don't care what they do. It's kind of funny. So like I just like never looked into it, but it is actually rather entertaining. Yeah, I didn't really know. I've never shot an elephant in the face before, but I do find it satisfying. The gob rays look good. It's kind of demented. Fucking elephant. Fuck, I've like pretty much like actually finished this world, maybe. No, there's a couple of other places. I guess I gotta go to the east side. That works. I suppose I should spend my things and just see if I'm like done. Explorer Eminent card. Play this card to travel more quickly, extending the benefits of your meals and improving your resistances to most forms of damage while reducing damage you can deal. Yeah, maybe run speed is what I would prefer. Nice, yeah, it is expensive to... Ooh, it creates an orb of light. Oh, look, there's more magic! Yay! Oh, I didn't know this was here. Hermetic Flame empowers the caster's tool to deal fire damage and to light the target creature on fire on hit. Can be charged to increase the number of empowered hits. Oh, I have a different spell now? Oh, I have Regrow. Emits a pulse from the caster that regrows trees and plants. Oh, yeah. Oh, you can just regrow stumps? Oh, cool. Oberon's Bounty. Oh, now I can just cast it? Okay. Theon's Wrath causes a magical fish to leap out of the ground, damaging enemies and knocking them back. Oh, cool. Illumination. I could buy this one, but it's expensive. Oh, look, there's more. Darkness causes enemies caught within Shadow Ward to receive more damage and deal less damage. Track offering. Okay. Darkness. Life Drain. Wow, Life Drain, huh? And these are all the other enchants and stuff. Oh, I got some work to do. Nice. Corruption card. There's a good side card. Corruption card. Thinned Veil card. Now I want to visit the Transmuter, which was like wreckage of a crashed airship. There's quests available south of me. Infestation. Ramic Transmuter. Okay. So we will go south again. I will abandon this trek.
Driving 87 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone in Malibu.
87
The officer spotted an open
87 and a 45
bottle of tequila in the passenger
Oh
seat.
no!
He administered a breathalyzer test which showed the actor to have a blood alcohol level of 0.12%, well over the legal limit of 0.08. Gibson threatened the officer while sitting in the back seat of a patrol car, saying he, quote, owns Malibu and will spend all his money to get even with him.
Oh no.
Gibson blurted out a barrage of anti-Semitic remarks about the Jews and yelled out, "The Jews are responsible for all the wars in the world." Gibson then asked the officer, "Are you a Jew?" The media absolutely exploded reporting Mel's shocking, hateful statements. Jewish rabbi Abraham Foxum said, "Liquor loosens the tongue of what's in the mind and in the heart. And in his mind and in his heart is his conspiracy theory about Jews and hatred of Jews." The same day, Gibson issued a public apology which partially reads, "I want to apologize specifically to everyone in the Jewish community for the vitriolic and harmful words that I said. I'm not just asking for forgiveness. I would like to take it one step further and meet with leaders of the Jewish community, with whom I can have a one-on-one discussion to discern the appropriate path for healing." Additionally, Mel opened up about his lifelong battle with alcoholism, being addicted to the drink since he was 13 years old.
He says the torment is every time that you relapse, it's harder to fight your way back.
What?
The risk of it.
Over drinking? Fucking drinking? Are you fucking serious? Fucking drinking. Drinking's just one of the 7 drugs that I could be on. You know, it's like, come on, man.
Life, limb, family.
Fucking drinking, pussy. Yeah, don't drink too much.
is
drinking.
not enough to keep you from it.
I'm not trying to downplay it being an alcoholic. It sucks. I've seen it. I know. I've been one. I just don't, I like, come on. Drinking, though. Drinking's not a personal demon thing. I think you were just too drunk that night.
That's the hell of it.
I think you like to get crazy drunk, and you don't want this to be your image, because then they won't trust you with roles and stuff like that. So you take the racist role. You're like, oh well, I said the words, didn't I?
Indefensible.
Yeah, you did.
Against it. If your nature is
you will sacrifice
anything.
Most of the Jewish community felt that Mel Gibson's apology is unremorseful and insufficient, and this controversy was the nail in the coffin for his career. For the next 5 years, he virtually disappeared from Hollywood. This resulted in his fans believing that he was silenced for criticizing the Jewish people. To learn who rules over you, simply find out who you are not allowed to criticize. Don't sweat it, Mel. You're still welcome in Australia. We can handle the truth. And the conspiracies tied to this line of thinking would not slow down. In fact, they just got worse. During Mel's hiatus, there was another rush of the satanic panic and hyperfixation on Hollywood's ties with the devil. In the 2000s and 2010s, just about every mainstream pop artist and rapper has been accused of being in the Illuminati due to their own lyrics or their own imagery. The theory is that you cannot achieve this level of success without entering the secret society that controls the entertainment industry. Jay-Z and Beyonce are some of the most high-profile celebrities accused of being tied to the cult. The two holding up their signature Rock Nation hand sign was believed to symbolize the all-seeing eye, which is commonly associated with the Freemason logo or Illuminati symbolism. Beyonce even went out of her way to show the sign during the Super Bowl halftime performance. She even once posted a photo on Instagram of her blocking out Jesus over an Andy Warhol mural of the Last Supper. You also had Jay-Z's video for On to the Next One, which is loaded with symbolism: a crucifix, thick red lips dripping blood, and goat skulls with massive horns. Whenever a tragic death happened in Hollywood, it was attributed to being a ritualistic sacrifice. Rumors circled that Kanye West sacrificed his own mother, who tragically died during plastic surgery, to achieve even higher levels of fame, or that Amy Winehouse was trying to leave or refuse the Illuminati, and she was killed for it, which was amplified because of what she said in this interview.
Have they tried to mould you in any way that people ask you to do things to change the way you look or speak or behave?
Yeah, one of them tried to mold me into a big triangle shape, and I went, no!
Now, none of this information can be substantiated with any facts. We don't even know how any of these rumors or conspiracies started in the first place, but that doesn't mean that they're entirely baseless. There are a considerable number of celebrities that have leaned into the conspiracy as a shocking formula to get attention in the press. Like when Lil Nas X sold 666 pairs of Nike sneakers with pentagrams and a drop of real human blood on them, and his Montero music video where he descends down to hell to give the devil a lap dance. There have also been some stars straight up admitting to having an allegiance to the devil.
Thank you to Satan for giving me inspiration on how to play this role.
He is in Illuminati. I'm in Illuminati.
That's how I got introduced to the music industry. I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music, but it didn't work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil.
Yet most people chalk these confessions up to nothing more than marketing. Celebrities knowing that the internet is going to run off on conspiracy theories and just keep their names in blogs and tabloids and tweets. But in the past few years, these conspiracies have gotten much deeper, darker, and more politically oriented. While many people have become more open to the idea that Hollywood is filled with filthy rich sinners who indulge in immoral behavior, when it comes to politicians and their involvement in this type of behavior, there is still a clear divide between right-wing and left-wing. Then again, it's understandable why a logical, reasonable person would reject these theories. Like the one where global elites torture children to harvest the chemical adrenochrome from their blood, which they then inject in order to stay healthy and young.
From their blood?
Now, adrenochrome is produced by the oxidation of adrenaline. And
now you think that they harvest blood for this? No. They the truther suspicion about adrenochrome is that it's harvested from bodies, like from brain stems, and that they have to kill the person to get it because it's a pituitary gland drug that's extremely hard to get.
Effects.
And you got to kill someone essentially to get it, and that's what's so dark about it.
Narrative echoes historical anti-Semitic blood libel myths. Falsely.
But no. Adrenochrome is like a pituitary gland psychoactive drug that I don't know how they get it. But if there's a drug, it exists. You know, if you can conceive of a drug, it exists and somebody's sold it. This is one of those things. Automaton storage. What is automaton storage? Oh. Oh, okay, so you can build this. You can build by this. Oh, that's cool. Except I killed them. I thought they were evil.
Of using Christian children's blood for rituals. A famous case in 1475 is a horrific example. 2-year-old Simon disappeared from the Italian city of Trent, and the local Jewish community was rounded up and burned at the stake after being forced to confess under torture that the boy had been sacrificed and his blood used to bake matzah. This blood harvesting theory has been closely intertwined with Pizzagate, which claimed that Hillary Clinton was running a child's ring out of the Comet Ping Pong pizza shop in Washington, D.C. The origins of this conspiracy derive from 30,000 leaked emails sent to and from Hillary Clinton's private email server while she was the Secretary of State. The emails were mainly about fundraising events, but high-profile pro-Donald Trump figures such as Mike Cernovich and Alex Jones began advancing the claim that the emails were proof of ritualistic child abuse. One email in question belonged to Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, John Podesta, revealing an invitation by his brother to a spirit cooking dinner at the home of artist Marina Abramovich. She wrote, "I am so looking forward to the spirit cooking dinner at my place. Do you think you will be able to let me know if your brother is joining?" Spirit cooking with essential aphrodisiac recipes is a performance art piece released in 1996, with Marina writing a series of cryptic, poetic instructions and recipes on walls in pig's blood. People have interpreted the performance art as occult or satanic rituals. They arrived at those conclusions from countless performance art gatherings with high-profile figures that showcase them eating and drinking off of or around stagnant human bodies. Perhaps one of the weirdest ones is Lady Gaga drinking the liquid surrounding this woman's body that seemingly symbolizes someone dying and bleeding out. Marina has also been tied to several Hollywood stars, including Jay-Z and Beyonce. She even directed and was featured in Jay-Z's 2013 performance art film called Picasso Baby. Nobody knows exactly what happened at these private spirit cooking dinners or if Hillary Clinton even attended, but many believe that the elites are acting openly to taunt the public. Opposers look at the believers of these conspiracy theories as really nothing more than victims of right-wing propaganda. There is no doubt that Trump's relentless attack on the mainstream media for pushing fake news has led to many people automatically questioning what they see online and in the news. Now, asking questions and wanting to fact-check things is completely normal, but it can start to spiral out of control. Opposers believe that these conspiracies rely on extreme, unfounded claims that defy logic, evidence, and basic scientific understanding. The deep social and psychological entrenchment of believers coupled with their rejection of credible evidence can make individuals seem disconnected from rational thought, which is perfectly represented by this QAnon follower subjecting his children to his ideologies.
Now you have to understand that he speaks in cryptic code. There's actually a Q clock that you have to decipher all this stuff from.
So this is a actual Q drop.
Yep. Anderson Cooper, and you can see all the satanic artwork in the background, which is just troubling. I mean, you have a man here getting burned alive while there's some sort of satanic ritual going around in the background.
I see that sacrifice is misspelled. Do you think that's also cryptic?
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are smart. Anything that's misspelled, anything that looks out of the ordinary, there's something to it. The purpose of the movement is to question everything.
The people who are pulling the strings is the Italian Vatican. They actually are reptilian bloodlines from another planet. They're basically robots. And the evil people that are there, such as the Rothschilds, who suck blood out of children to get adrenochrome and stay young and beautiful forever.
But then something happened that gave enough justification to conspiracy theorists to essentially believe every rumor they ever heard, which was the investigation, arrest, and death of Jeffrey.
What time is it right now? It's like 7. How long have I been doing this? I will get something to eat. I will be right back.
Epstein was a high-profile financier that operated a vast network of sexual abuse and human...
You know, it's weird. I don't consider Epstein very deep in the Freemason thing. I think they've got a connection to him because I think they buy their underage hookers and children from him. But I don't think that he's like something having to do with them. I don't think that he had a lot of sway with how their world works. I think their world is like the do-nothing Congress and all of the telecommunications companies and like all of the media, most of it, and the cultural elite. It's kind of hard. It's hard to define that because I'm not so sure it's very organized. I've never been that sure. One of my greatest fears is that the whole world seems to think that the cabal is unified, but my real fear is that they aren't. I have a real genuine fear about this. I suspect that they're not. I don't think they're unified at all. I don't think they work with each other, and I don't think I think this is just a bunch of rich people who are like more likely to work with rich people than they are other people. That's it. Could you say they're in league with each other, like Freemasons? I never see a lot of proof of that. I never ever see a lot of proof of that. I've never seen proof of it. I've seen George Bush and Obama have clandestine meetings and stuff at Bohemian Grove. I've seen them shake hands. But, I mean, so we know that they have, like, clandestine meetings. But, I mean, I imagine that's how they get their business done. Is it bad that our politicians meet with each other? I don't know. I used to think it was really evil that they did it without our permission, but now I think that's just kind of normal. To me, it's like a business meeting. And that was my biggest bias against them for a long time, is they're supposed to kibitz in the background. They're supposed to work in public, is serve the public. But no, they do have hidden lives, and they do hidden things, and a lot of them are criminals. But, I mean, a lot of the world is criminal. It sucks. A lot of the entire world is criminal. It's unfortunate, but it's true. I'll be right back.
Involving underage girls. Countless powerful figures and high-profile celebrities were connected to and friends with Epstein. Suddenly, the idea that there is a pedophilic global sex trafficking organization.
I forgot something. Another beer.
Stars may be involved in wasn't a conspiracy, it was true. However, since Jeffrey Epstein happened to die before he went on trial, the case remains unsolved. And still, 6 years later, no names, no flight logs to his private island.
Man, what the fuck? What rich man dies in prison?
Or really any information has been revealed that incriminates any co-conspirators. As far as we know, Epstein and his wife, Ghislaine Maxwell, were the only two operators and offenders. Mel Gibson saw this as the perfect time to revive his career, to come back and express the sentiments he alluded to 25 years prior.
One of the most disturbing problems in our world today is human trafficking, and particularly the trafficking of children. Our future is our children. Now, the first step in eradicating this crime is awareness. Go see Sound of Freedom.
In 2023, Mel re-arrived in the pop culture zeitgeist as he was the executive producer of the film Sound of Freedom. This is a low-budget action thriller about a U.S. federal agent who goes rogue on a mission to rescue children in Latin America from sex trafficking. After raking in over $180 million at the domestic box office, it drew an immense amount of criticism. Much of the controversy surrounding this film stems from Jim Caviezel and Tim Ballard, who have openly supported QAnon. They perpetuated narratives that the elites are nothing more than adrenochrome harvesting, child sacrificing heathens, which made opposers feel that the film wasn't even worth watching if you had incredibly biased and radical men writing and producing it. But much like Gibson's Passion of the Christ, many supporters felt that even if the film doesn't provide a realistic perception of what it takes to discover and rescue child trafficking victims, just discussing the global issue is a net positive. That's definitely how most of Joe Rogan's followers felt after Mel's appearance on his show. Although Mel wasn't talking about Hollywood specifically, he did have some interesting suspicions about human civilization as a whole.
We're looking at a world where there are big realms, spiritual realms. There's good, there's evil, and they are slugging it out for the souls of mankind. And my question is, why are we even important? Little old flawed humanity, why are we important in that process where the big realms are slugging it out over us?
Hollywood has become so political, it's hard to separate the two. Musicians, actors, producers often feel the need to take a political stance these days, and if they don't, they are criticized. Often feel the need to take a political stance.
I really love it. Refugees welcome, let them in.
These days, and if they don't, they are criticized for staying quiet. It's gotten so bad that it feels like modern films are ruined just to align with a political ideology. Combine that with all these sadistic conspiracy theories, and it has many reconsidering if they want to support this industry at all anymore. Additionally, celebrities are speaking out and recounting their Hollywood horror stories and being met with love and support, whereas before they would be ostracized and called crazy. We have seen this with countless child stars, once deemed as crash-out drug addicts, and now we understand what Dan Schneider and associates may or may not have done to cause that. President Donald Trump even announced Mel Gibson as a special ambassador to the quote, great but very troubled Hollywood, and he will make suggestions directly to the president to bring back Hollywood stronger than ever before.
Donald J. Trudge. It is my honor to announce John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone to be special ambassadors to a great but very troubled place, Hollywood, California. They will serve as special envoys to me for the purpose of bringing Hollywood, which has lost much business over the last 4 years to foreign countries, back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. These three very talented people will be my eyes and ears, and now we'll get done what they suggest. It will again be like the United States of America itself, the golden age of Hollywood.
Recognized something was off about Hollywood. He was vague when he described it, but I think it's safe to say his suspicions were sound. Even if you don't believe 90% of what was presented in this video, you can still at least get behind the idea that Hollywood is filled with narcissistic sociopaths. Granted, Mel Gibson might have also been that. He may not have been the best messenger. There is no doubt he has some extreme ideologies, ones that most rational people could never align with, but he at least remained consistent with his beliefs, even though it cost him the second half of his career.
Hey, hello, welcome back. It is a time of year once again where we sit down to take a look at the upcoming MMO release schedule. Just, you know, a little sneak peek of all the games that are sure to disappoint us in 2025. Jokes aside, whatever hint of truth there might be there, jokes aside, the focus here is going to be on the MMOs that are already currently confirmed to release in some capacity within this calendar year. Now, I will touch on some of the other titles that are less certain but could possibly release, and we're also going to go over the various planned alpha, beta, and other play tests that are coming in this year as well, which, while not full release, again, could be an opportunity to play an MMO that you haven't played before. Okay, so let's go ahead and start out with the games that as of today have confirmed release windows for 2025. First up on the list is Chrono Odyssey. The most recent information that we've got is that they are planning to run a closed beta test Q1, so sometime within these next few months, followed by the full release scheduled for Q4 2025. Now, this info comes via the IR reporting from publisher Kakao Games that was released last November, so it's relatively recent, up-to-date details. It's up-to-date as it gets, pretty much. Now, some
Chrono
details
Odyssey.
about Chrono Odyssey. Beyond having all the expected traditional open world MMO stuff, the game uses real-time action combat. It's going to have the basic attack, defense, and dodge mechanics that you expect. Combat also utilizes a weapon swapping mechanic, not only changing from one weapon to another, like swapping
I love the music that he uses.
bars, for example, but also evidently they're going to have
My whole life is like this bass line.
the ability to alternate how you hold a weapon either in one or both hands, which to me sounds awfully similar to how this sort of system works in Souls games, which would be neat to see how they implement that. There's also this special mechanic or ability called the Chronotector that allows you to freeze time, rewind events, and explore alternate timelines. Now I'm going to assume, as they're highlighting this mechanic, it's probably likely exclusive to the instant story-based content in the game, as freezing and rewinding time with other players around you just doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's highly unlikely, unless their sort of freeze and rewind time system is like similar to what mages have in WoW, where you start it and then it pulls you back like 5 or so seconds into the position, the health, and the mana that you had at that particular time. But regardless, Chrono Odyssey, we got 6 confirmed classes, each come with 2 particular weapons that they utilize. So there's the swordsman, who uses sword and shield as well as a great sword. Paladins got the mace along with a tower shield and spear. The sorcerer uses a staff and spellbook. The berserker is dual axes and a great axe. The assassin, dual daggers and a rifle. And then finally the ranger, who utilizes a bow and rapier. Now beyond that stuff, Chrono Odyssey also has and features random procedurally generated dungeons. They're gonna have large-scale realm versus realm battles, open world seamless exploration between zones, open field world events that can be, quote, enjoyed by hundreds of players simultaneously. This will include things like world bosses, and they've also got weather and dynamic seasons, and the whole thing running on Unreal Engine 5. Now this certainly is a pretty looking game from the small snippets of it that we've seen thus far, that is for sure. Of course, it is hard to judge much beyond the fact that it looks good, I would guess, aside from the fact that we should probably also expect the typical monetization seen from it.
Nah, they said Throne of Liberty was going to be good. I was like, no, it isn't.
Its publisher, Cacao Games, which is a lot of it, a lot of monetization we should likely expect. So once again, Chrono Odyssey is going to have closed beta testing scheduled for sometime between now and April. Keep an eye out for signups for that. And then unless things change, yes, this game is expected to release officially later this year. All right, next up is Dune Awakening, scheduled for release in early 2025. This is the open world sandbox survival crafting MMO developed by Funcom. The game looks to be building upon the foundation laid with Conan Exiles, their prior quite popular game, but this time
popular.
New,
what do you mean
improved,
popular?
And obviously also set in the
Conan
Dune
Exiles
universe.
was not
Some
that
notable
popular.
details about this game include, as mentioned, survival sandbox MMO. That's probably the best way to describe it. You've got all of the basic survival crafting features and systems. Gather resources, make items, build a base, craft gear, get stronger, go out to explore, take on enemy camps, and engage in PvP. That is like the baseline foundation of what you'll be doing in this game. As for the explorable spaces that we have, well, they take place on the Dune planet of Arrakis, and it's going to primarily at release consist of 2 massive open zone regions. Now the first one of those, post the tutorial, is called Haga Basin. Now this region alone is said to be larger than the entirety of their prior game, Conan Exiles. Conan Exiles is a pretty big game, especially after all these years. Now, they say that Haga Basin is going to have somewhere in the vicinity of around 100 hours of content to play through, and then after that, the endgame zone of the Deep Desert will become available, which is where the late game progression and large-scale PvP takes place. In terms of what sort of stuff that you're going to see in these open zones, well, you've got a variety of points of interest, public events, and content types. These include enemy strongholds, these large, elaborate bases, camps, and ruins, things along those lines. These will be full of enemies. You go in, you clear them out using a mixture of range, melee, and spells and abilities depending on your class and build setup. After doing so, collecting valuable loot and resources in the process. You've got the desert testing stations. This is basically their take on public dungeons. These are predominantly underground areas that come in a variety of biomes, and while these will be full of enemies and many will even have some sort of a boss encounter at the end, they have said that the testing stations are more modeled after things like the shelters in Fallout or the dungeons in Skyrim, rather than what you would expect from a traditional MMO dungeon. What that means is you're going to be moving through halls, corridors, and rooms. There's going to be a lot of narrative woven into each of the locations, like you will find data pads and audio logs that give you information about the history of that area. And while bosses can be in these things, it's not going to be like MMO dungeon bosses. It's just going to be like tougher versions of like the basic enemies that you fight. There's also things like public events in the overworld. You got crash ship events where you're going to literally actually see these ships falling from the sky, crashing into the ground. If you head to their location, you can scavenge them for resources. However, other players can show up, as some of these will be PvP flagged, meaning you'll have to compete for said resources. They've got police forces that scan the area at night, these security ships that scan the surface of the planet looking for players, and if you happen to be caught in their spotlights, they're going to call in troops to your location, which you'll have to deal with. And then, of course, it wouldn't be Dune without the sandworm that is present. If you spend too much time walking on the sands, making noise, that will draw the worms, and if they catch you, you're pretty much dead. The whole reason you're going to want to take this risk, though, is that there's a lot of valuable resources that can be located on said sand dunes, so you want to go there, you just want to do so strategically. The game's also got player hubs with 2 major towns full of vendors, quest NPCs, other players, and a marketplace for buying and selling items. As for endgame, that is entirely taking place in the deep desert region. This is a massive, expansive area made up mostly of sand, but with rock islands dotted all throughout, which provide some reprieve from the sandworms. Guilds of players will be headed into this area in search of spice, which is a main resource and currency for not only endgame crafting, but also character progression. And it is in this region where the whole large-scale PvP conflicts happen, what they refer to as combined arms, which how they've described it basically sounds like a mixture of battlefield and or planetside. You got loads of players using ranged and melee weapons, ground and air vehicles, various forms of artillery. Just the whole thing is going to be large-scale, all-out combat and utter chaos. Now that is the basic, like, high-level rundown of content and features in Dune Awakening. So just the other week, it was confirmed once again via Twitter that the studio is on track to hit their announced release window of early 2025. February seems very unlikely given it's almost there and they haven't said it's coming out that month, so it's probably more probable that we expect a release sometime in March or April potentially. Either way, I am quite keen to check this out myself as a fan of both MMOs and survival games. This one seems like a nice blending of those two. Looking forward to giving it a go. I also happen to know that prior to release, there is an ongoing beta test that's happening off in the background, which you can register for a chance to be invited over on their website. All right, before we continue on with the list, let's get a quick word from today's sponsor. Hold tight though, this is a good one. Today's video is sponsored by Warframe, the free-to-play sci-fi loot grinding game from Digital Extremes. I have played this quite a bit myself over the years and easily have a few hundred hours under my belt at this point. It's been one of those staple games that I come back to once or twice a year to check out what's new, and wouldn't you know it, they just so happened to recently get some new content with Warframe 1999. This update introduces the next cinematic quest line in Warframe's ever-growing ongoing story. You'll take on the mantle of Arthur Nightingale and blaze through the spectacular Y2K-era city-state of Holvania atop a turbocharged atomocycle, which is a brand new customizable vehicle you can ride around. Now, beyond experiencing the new story, you'll also battle new enemies, acquire powerful weapons, master a tactical new warframe, and navigate relationships with both your fellow proto-frames and a mysterious visitor from the far future. There's also a new PvPvE mode in the game where 2 squads of Tenno compete against each other while fending off waves of Scaldra and infested enemies. So thanks again to Warframe for sponsoring this video. Be sure to check out the recent 1999 update yourself using the link below. There's also a demo available for the game for new players. And if you didn't know, Warframe is now also playable on the go, available on iOS devices and coming soon to Android. All right, let's get back into the upcoming MMOs for 2025. Next up, I wanted to tell you about Anvil Empires, which, while it doesn't fit the traditional mold of MMORPG, it is still quite interesting looking, and I think it will be potentially appealing to fans of the genre. It's appealing to me. So Anvil is a massively multiplayer game where thousands of players work together to build empires, wage war, and conquer in a persistent online world. The kicker here is you actually play as an individual soldier in this massive medieval army. And from what I've seen of the gameplay, it looks like they really deliver on this. This potentially seems really cool. Now again, this isn't going to deliver like the traditional fantasy MMORPG experience. It's not a fantasy setting whatsoever. It's more so like you are playing as a foot soldier in Age of Empires or something. Like you are one of the members in a squad, basically. The developer's prior game, Foxhole, had a very similar concept, except rather than being set in the medieval times, Foxhole takes place in what looks to be like a fictional take on World War II, with you playing as an individual infantry soldier. And that game is quite well liked. It's got over 35,000 reviews on Steam with an 88% very positive user rating. Their prior game, which had like a similar formula, but set in a different setting, similar to this, and people seem to really like what they did. So, as for their upcoming game, Anvil Empires, here's what we know. They say you'll take part in large-scale game of conquest that takes weeks to play out, wage war alongside thousands of players across one persistent online world. They've got custom server technology that enables up to 1,000 people to be fighting shoulder to shoulder in massive real-time melee battles. These battles organically instigated by the player base themselves. You will also build settlements and grow them from a small hamlet into large bustling towns shared by hundreds of players, engaging in side activities like farming, hunting, husbandry, and more to support the upcoming war efforts. You can even trade with nearby player settlements.
Animal husbandry or husbandry?
There's going to be a whole social economy here. Design and build these elaborate multi-level keeps and fortresses to help with
kind of sounds gay.
And from
just husbandry, it sounds gay.
Prolonged sieges. You're also gonna have to do things like establish supply camps and logistic lines to keep your player armies well-fed, armed, and rested. And this whole thing further enhanced by the fact that the game supports in-game VoIP. You'll be chatting with your
no shot. You. There's no way this will work if there's hundreds of people talking.
I mean, yeah, this really does look and sound pretty neat. So they've got pre-alpha tests currently underway, which you can request access directly via the Steam page. The access request will be visible at any points that they're looking for new applications, and when that goes away, they remove the button. But as of this recording right now, you can currently sign up to be invited to these tests, so check it out. In terms of the release date, from a recent FAQ, we learned that they are planning to launch via Steam Early Access this year in 2025, though the full 1.0 release of the game is likely a while off. You will be able to play this game later in the year. Also, I did want to mention another game, Fellowship, and while this by no means is a traditional MMO, it is absolutely modeled after the genre. This game basically is entirely focused on MMO-style dungeon runs. The short of it is, you pick from a variety of these pre-made characters, each with their own playstyle and skills, and then from there, you form a group, filling up all of the traditional MMO roles, and go into these MMO-like dungeons, clearing them. It's basically, if you were to say, take like the World of Warcraft Mythic dungeon system and you spin it off into its entirely own separate game, that is basically Fellowship. So they refer to this as a multiplayer online dungeon adventure, or MODA, in a fantasy setting with endlessly scaling dungeons where players will focus on working together as a team with an emphasis on skill, cooperation, and strategy to defeat bosses, collect loot, and overcome ever-present challenges. As for additional features, we're going to have the Holy Trinity in the game. There will be a large roster and pool of various tanks, healers, and damage dealers for you to pick from, each of them with their own name, unique look, their own skills, playstyles, and capabilities. This might be one of the biggest downsides for some people for this game, is yes, you're not building your own character from scratch, you are picking from pre-established character classes.
Yeah, which ruins it.
MOBA. Dungeon teams will consist of 4 players, presumably 1 tank, 1 healer, and 2 damage dealers. Maybe there are some support classes that you can mix things up with a bit beyond that. They also say that every run is going to feel like a new challenge, with dungeons getting more difficult as players progress and level. It seems like this scaling will be continuous, where they say players will never outlevel the game thanks to seasonal updates, dungeon modifiers, new features and rewards that get added, all of which will add many layers of replayability. Of course, as you expect, every boss fight's going to have its own unique, varied mechanics for you to learn. They also say that enemy skills grow as difficulty increases, so it seems like the difficulty ramping up is more than just more health and more damage, based on what they're saying here. And the game's
more health and more damage is so dumb now. It's like there's this point where the enemy does so much damage, you just get one shot.
Competitive leaderboards, presuming here that they're going to be some sort of scoring or time-based ranking system for this. And yeah, pretty straightforward. Again, something that I think could appeal to the MMO crowd. It does appeal to me. Fellowship is currently slated to release in 2025 as of their latest announcement. I know that they've been running some limited time tests here and there as well. There's likely going to be more of these in the future, so keep an eye out for that. All right, so that covers all of the new MMOs or MMO adjacent games that are launching officially in 2025, but there's also going to be quite a few playable MMOs, with many of them getting some form of testing, either whether it's periodic testing or ongoing persistent tests that you can take part in. For starters, as you probably already know, Ashes of Creation currently has alpha testing underway, with them granting access to the first couple of early zones. Although neither of them are fully fleshed out, there is content there with some of the systems and features in place. Now, people have been playing this for a little over a month now, I believe, with a sort of a mixed reception from what I've seen online, with much of the critique basically boiling down to the fact that yes, hey, it's an incomplete game. Not surprising, but people still paid money and they're saying, hey, I wish there is more there. There's not quite enough there. Just buyer beware. And now
Buyer
it does
beware.
seem though that there is enough there for some people to be thoroughly hooked. I happen to know quite a few people have been playing this game pretty consistently over the course of this past month. I do also plan to jump in myself at some point, although I'm not really in a rush. Maybe at some point in the
this
coming
game will
months,
come out
but,
in 5
nothing on the
years.
immediate
I
horizon.
don't
I
care
will
about
say I
this.
think the PvP seems a lot of fun from the compilations and footage that I've seen. However, most of the leveling consisting of large scales, groups grinding elite mobs together, that doesn't seem very fun to me personally, but I'm willing to give it a go. But yes, if you want to play an early version of Ashes of Creation, it is available right now. You can get into the game for a little over $100 at the lowest cost. I would personally recommend waiting unless you're like a die-hard, pumped, super amped up for this game. Although in that case, you're probably already playing it, so pay me no mind, right? Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. This game is also playable, actually technically launching into Steam Early Access last month. Now, despite what first impressions you might have looking at the gameplay, I gotta say, this game has surprisingly gotten a really good reception, at least on Steam. It's got very positive ratings, and since it released, it's actually seen growth in its daily concurrent player count, presumably because of those positive word of mouth that's been going around. Although that number is still admittedly quite low in comparison to what you would expect for an MMO, there certainly looks to be something interesting here that is getting new players to jump in. My gut reaction looking at the gameplay is, yeah, combat looks quite boring, the game as a whole looks quite dated, but as with Ashes, I am totally willing to give it a look and the best, right? So I'm gonna add this one to my list as well. Soulframe, the latest title from Warframe developer Digital Extremes. They are currently running regular alpha tests referred to as Preludes. This consists of a relatively small region of explorable space in which they've got some of their planned foundation laid for the game. There's open world exploration, you got enemy camps to go in and clear, as well as these underground procedurally generated maps. I will say, I really enjoyed the time I spent playing this game. In my opinion, it does have a pretty solid foundation. Biggest issue is the combat lacks any real sense of impact. It's just very floaty and just no oomph behind it. I hope they work on that though, because everything else, like the world, the enemies, the characters, the points of interest, the general structure, the tone, the setting of the game, all of that I really, really like. So keeping my fingers crossed that they can give the gameplay a little more strong, solid feel to it, a strong sense of impact and reactivity from characters when you hit them, and the sounds and the animations and the spells all coming together to make a good feeling combat system. I hope they can do that, because beyond the combat feeling kind of floaty, everything else is like perfectly checks off all the boxes for me. You can register for Preludes testing over on their website. In my experience, there's probably a few days to a week's worth of content here if you really want to play through everything, explore the whole island, grind out some of the character progression, run the dungeon several times to get some upgrade materials, stuff like that. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out, and I remain very hopeful for Soulframe. All right, one of my most anticipated upcoming MMOs, ArcAge Chronicles. Now, this was originally slated to release in 2025. However, from that same Kakao Games report that gave us the release window for Chrono Odyssey, we also learned there that they had delayed the release of ArcAge Chronicles, pushing it out into 2026. Now, that said, they are planning to hold closed beta testing for ArcAge Chronicles later in 2025. There is a lot about this game that I am very hopeful for, most of which just builds off of the things that I loved about the original ArcAge, and they have said they are planning to include all of the best systems and features from that game, but moving it onto a modern day engine with more PvE content, and obviously the biggest shift here being the change from tab target to full on action combat. Now, if you want a full rundown of what we know about that game, where my expectations are, just check out my latest upload. Yeah, this game is like at the top of my please don't screw this up badly with microtransactions list. Although, I mean, totally ready and expecting to be let down. But if they don't let me down, could be huge. Original ArcAge had a lot going for it. Similar to Pantheon, Monsters and Memories is another upcoming MMO that looks to provide a modern day version of the old school classics of this genre. And I mean, yeah, just looking at this, it is very much in line with what I remember from EverQuest or Ashron's Call. Like, to my eye, matches it to a T. The game is set for an early access launch in 2026. However, in the meantime, they do have beta testing planned for Monsters and Memories, tentatively scheduled for sometime in July or August. Okay, so beyond those, we of course expect some major
people don't know who
patches and content
FFXI
updates
is.
For all of the existing
They don't know
big
what
MMOs out there,
FFXI
right?
is.
World of Warcraft isn't expected to get a full
All these idiots, they don't know what FFXI is. It's right here. It's not that hard. Like, it's like, you know, it's always been there. FFXI is so much better than all of these Monsters and Memory shit or Pantheon or any of that stupid shit. FFXI is so much better than those games. I had to tell my friend Beg on this recently. I was like, FFXI is superior to all of the games that you played. Graphics-wise, combat-wise, classes, XP... build, balance, all that stuff. There's no mysteries. It's one of the most charted games ever made. It like has one of the best wikis that's ever existed. You know, I'm sorry. It's like, it's up there with the old school RuneScape and WoW. And yeah, I stand with FFXI. I don't need these other replacement games. FFXI, I could play it all of my life and still not ever be done with it. I could get accelerated through that, but I couldn't really learn what there is to learn about FFXI in my lifetime. There's still so much there. I mean, I don't know, you could learn everything there is to know about it, but it is like a 20-year pastime. I know, because I've done it. I know everything there is to know about FFXI. I've killed every boss. I've done everything there is to do. Even Ab Virtue, I've done everything there is to do. I was running around like C again on Nosomi before I quit. If Nosomi hadn't died, I would have been in C on Nosomi. What? I didn't think there was fall damage with the sword. Okay, well now I know. I didn't know. I didn't think there was fall damage with the sword. But there is. Oof, I didn't know. I didn't know. Well, now I know. Okay, now I know.
However, we will be seeing some content patches for the War Within, and probably safe to say something for Classic WoW and or Season of Discovery, be that fresh servers or some new content at some point. Final Fantasy XIV, similarly, will be getting content updates for its most recent Dawn Trail expansion. The Elder Scrolls Online will have its typical yearly content cycle rolling through, and Guild Wars 2, not too long ago, also adopted a similar model of having smaller but more frequent updates, which we expect to continue in 2025 as well. And of course, the list goes on, but yeah, any of the currently popular MMOs, they're going to keep getting updates throughout the course of the year, as they have for the past 5, 10, 15, 20 years in some cases. Now, there are some additional MMOs that do actually have confirmed releases for 2025. However, to be perfectly honest, each of these games either just looks downright terrible to me, or in some cases, some of them might just be outright shovelware. Ashfall, I played this in an earlier test, I think it was last year early on, and it was just really bad. Probably one of the most mobile game feeling PC ports I have ever seen. It was just incredibly basic, not terribly good, and not terribly polished, not very fun, in my opinion anyways. I will probably play it again just out of morbid curiosity when it releases, but please don't expect much from Ashfall, because from what I've seen, there's not much there. Quinfall is in a similar category for me. This just looks pretty bad, to be honest with you, but would be happy to be surprised. Then we got some other games that I just don't know much about and couldn't find a lot of details on, including Eternal Tombs, Havenhold, and then there's this game, Earth from Another Sun, which I wanted to put on here because it was on lists that I looked at, but from what I've seen in early research, looks like a blockchain NFT game, so probably best to right now. Oh, also, just wanted to briefly mention some of the in-development MMOs that we know of, but they're likely coming in 2026 or later. And with these ones, I'm talking about Perfect New World, Bellatores, Project Q from Lionheart Studios, which still doesn't have an official name, as well as Project LLL, which also isn't an official release name. Although at least for Project LLL, out of all those other games, we have seen a fair bit of gameplay for this one. It's like this open world looter shooter, which seems kind of cool, but in terms of concrete launch info, there's absolutely nothing. Like, we've got no expectations. So it's more likely than not that these games will not come out in 2025, but it is possible. Like, potentially in the coming months, we could get 1 or 2 of these that get release dates announcements for later in the year or middle way through the year. We'll just have to wait and see. But as of right now, don't expect any of those prior 4 games this year. And then there is the handful of anticipated MMOs that are just absolutely no way in hell coming out in 2025, and probably not 2026 either. Way off in the distance. I'm talking about ZeniMax Online Studios, the creators of ESO. We know that they have had a brand new MMO in development for something like 7 years now. Now, I do actually think there's a fair chance we could get a reveal of this one, even if it's just a teaser at some point this year, which would be really, really nice. Sony has that Horizon MMO, if it wasn't recently canceled, as they have been nuking these in-development live service games left and right here lately. Then, of course, there's Riot's League of Legends themed MMO, although that is at least 5 years away, if not closer to 10. I mean, who knows? And then there's that Ghost MMO, but again, that is similarly quite a ways off. Okay, so there you have it. A look at all of the upcoming new MMOs planned and scheduled for 2025. As a recap, confirmed coming this year, barring any delays, will be Chrono Odyssey, Dune Awakening, and Anvil Empire. For sure, launch versions of those games this year. And then there's going to be early playtest, which you can jump in and check out these games for Ashes of Creation, that is ongoing. Soulframe is also ongoing, although quite limited. There's Arcade Chronicles that's supposed to be getting tests later in the year, and Monsters and Memories. Got all of the expected content updates that will be coming for the big existing MMOs, and then we've got a few less than stellar looking titles coming this year, which, you know, as I might check these out for curiosity's sake, but that's about it. And then once more, as has been the case in prior years, there's a good possibility that we'll have other MMOs launching beyond the ones that I've covered on the list, either because they're ones that we know of that get released sooner than expected, or some surprise games just come out of nowhere and launch all of a sudden, which we had some cases in 2024 and prior years. We could have something similar examples this year as well. Anyway, that does it for today's video. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Let me know what you're looking forward to in the MMO sphere in 2025. Certainly some games to play. There'll be some bad ones. There'll be some disappointments for sure, but got some new MMOs to play this year. All right, can't wait. Looking forward to it. Thanks again, guys. See you next time.
Somewhere around June 2024, German developer Piranha Bytes ended their 27-year run of releasing niche German after being unable to secure funding for their next project, following a rather lukewarm response to their final 2 games, Elex 1 and 2. What's most striking, though, is that after those 27 years, the games they'll be remembered will likely be the ones that released in the first 3, and that have defined their legacy ever since, Gothic 1 and 2. In fact, the Gothic franchise has now bizarrely outlived the very studio that created it, with an upcoming remake of Gothic 1 by Spanish developer Alchemia Interactive. I think it's fair to say that after the disastrous premature release of Gothic 3 at the hands of the now defunct publisher Jowood, Piranha Bytes never fully recovered. Every true Scotsman would agree that despite their best efforts, the company was just unable to recapture that magic that once propelled them to at least regional stardom. Their later attempts at catching lightning in a bottle did not even remotely live up to what fans associated with the legendary studio's name. In the case of Risen, too small in scope. And Elex, just... Okay, look. I want this video to be about a specific game design philosophy that may die out with the very studio that championed it. But it's hard to balance that against my grievances with the mishandling of those later titles and the company's sheer limitations at the times in all other aspects of gameplay, controls, writing, graphics, what have you. My relationship with the studio is very conflicted. Gothic 2 is the first RPG I ever played, and I still consider it one of the best ones ever made to this day, with Gothic 1 a close second. This is actually a copy I borrowed from a high school friend about 24 years ago, and forgot to return.
So, Sebastian,
Now, when I had the news of the closure, I was mortified, like part of my childhood had just evaporated. I was mourning all the potential games they still could have made had they just been given one more chance to turn the ship around and finally reach the global audience I felt they deserved. But I also went, yeah, that checks out. For the blessedly uninitiated, to be a fan of Piranha Bytes meant signing onto the doomed ship of a fan cult adrift somewhere in the Bermuda Triangle between Stockholm Syndrome, gambler's fallacy, and the definition of insanity.
No, please. This time, it's gonna be different.
I'm honestly glad that it underperformed a bit. Maybe this will be somewhat of a wake-up call to improve more substantially for the sequel. Wake-up call.
When I look at the evolution of European RPGs, there is a spectrum of prominence, and in those final days, Piranha Bytes wasn't even on it. And no, you don't need to overinvest and inflate your team to the hundreds like CD Projekt to remain globally relevant as a European developer of RPGs. How do I know this? Spiders. At the time, French developer Spiders was about the same size as Piranha Bytes, just about 30 people. And just like the Piranhas, their games up till then had been justifiably trashed by critics. But then after Mars Warlogs and the hilariously titled Technomancer, we got a great fall. It may not have been revolutionary, but it delivered because they'd clearly learned and moved on from previous mistakes. The controls no longer sucked, the art design was no longer aimless and generic, and the writing was significantly less stringent and pedestrian. Now, Spiders have its very own problems, which actually gives me the opportunity to dish out a bit of posthumous praise for Piranha Bytes, who after Gothic 3 have been publicly critical for the complete elimination of crunch. I don't know how faithfully they actually adhere to this dogma in-house, but I for one am inclined to believe them. However, I don't think what did them in was a lack of crunch. I think it was religiously clinging on to old ideas. So let me tell you why I think one of those was actually worth clinging on to.
This area's restricted. No entry.
Hi, my name is Malte. This is Crocodile Gambit, where we usually act like the out-of-touch ivory tower game study scholars we are in meticulously researched and consequently hopelessly pretentious video essays. But I thought while working on the next main piece, that'll take at least another half year to finish. Sorry. With these news, I just had so many emotions bubbling up, anywhere between religious veneration and decades of pent-up rage. I just needed to get it all out. If you haven't caught on, this one is gonna be way more personal. I won't be quoting as many sources, there's no methodology, this is just straight from the heart. The subject of this video is a bit more intangible than my usual spiel, more ethereal, so to highlight the design philosophy at play, I want to compare Gothic 2 to another small, quirky indie game you may have heard of called Skyrim. Both these games are actually eerily similar in their narrative setup, but then differ dramatically in how they execute on that premise. Hear me out. In both games, we play as a prisoner who was incidentally freed from captivity through the intervention of a major threat to the world, old gods and dragons. And now, it is upon us, as one of the few surviving witnesses of the catastrophe, to send word to the top authority sitting in the nearest town to warn them that dragons are back. Okay, so let's start with how Skyrim lets you play out this riveting premise.
Maybe I'm the Dragonborn. I just don't know it yet.
After miraculously surviving
Maybe
our
I'm
own
the Dragonborn.
execution, choosing between the traders
And I just
the
don't know it
racists,
yet.
and fighting our way past spiders, bears, and necrophilic torturers, we finally make it to the other side of the tutorial cave and are greeted by a breathtaking view.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
No, we're not doing that. Yep. But hey, we got no lead, no supplies, no money, so let's just follow our tour guide. After backseat gaming our career choices,
well, to each his own. It's not for me to judge.
He eventually leads us to his sister in Riverwood, where we are outfitted with a continental breakfast and sent off straight to the Jarl of Whiterun to deliver the news. And in theory,
That's not how Gothic
we could
is.
do just that. Now, every seasoned Skyrim player knows that we will not in fact do that because the Jarl's court wizard will inevitably send us back here. Although the game will make sure to nudge the player into accidentally fulfilling that future quest ahead of time anyway, through another quest from the local trader who'll send you to the exact same spot, the barrow uphill. In fact, the start of the game is designed to assault your senses with glimpses into the endless possibilities that await, and the seemingly organic ways in which the world will react to doing things out of order, when really everything is choreographed to a T. The pack of wolves ambushing us right in front of the town entrance, Feindal's pathetic pickup artistry being shoved in our face, so we're inclined to talk to his rival, the bard at the inn, where we witness the exchange between Delphine and the innkeeper, who drops a hint on the Riverwood trader's break-in, whose sister, Feindal's love interest, escorts us to the bridge outside the north gate, leading to the serpentine path up the hill, and once the job is done, upon exiting the barrow, making a beeline towards the town, conveniently sends us straight into the arms of this lovely old hermit lady who won't let us leave
remember
the
her.
basement alive. It's all neatly laid out, down to our presence reliably alerting birds in the same tree at the same distance on every single playthrough. That's because this whole section was originally designed as a playable demo for PR purposes.
However, it isn't linear at all. None of this is mandatory. You could break with the sequence at any point and just wander off and play the actual game.
But it is also a great introduction to how Skyrim really works. Truly, this is the actual game, getting sidetracked by jingling keys in the form of locations, encounters, and whole quest lines, strategically arranged to string you along and derail you from your actual goal, talking to the Jarl, without ever actually grabbing the wheel, thus making you feel like you always just happen to be in the right place at the right time. I've played Skyrim for over 900 hours, and have not once finished the main storyline. Players do all these activities not because they have to in order to progress, but because they're fun. In other words, it's a sandbox. The world's our oyster. No one can tell us what we can and cannot do. So let's instead choose to forego all these distractions and make our way straight to, hey, what's that, a giant? No. Straight on, past the carriage driver that offers to take us anywhere we wish, past the stables where we can buy a horse, waddling up to the city gates like we got nothing to hide, guard stops us, and...
Riverwood's in danger too. Better go on in.
lets us through. Okay, blacksmith, local gang wars, aspiring merchant, dead man walking, child beggar, Tellus preacher, yada yada. Here we go.
Video are we
Cloud
watching?
District. And there's the Great Hall of Dragon's Reach. How could a meager peasant like me, sentenced to death no less, ever be granted permission to tread on such holy ground? They left the door open. And there's the Jarl, and he actually lets me talk to him, and believes me. So, what by the nine divines just happened? We were given a deceptively simple task, which turned out to be actually just as brain-dead as advertised. So, in order to keep us invested, the game tried its absolute darndest to sidetrack us at every turn. The actual gameplay arises not from push, but pull factors. No one's forcing us to raid the barrow ahead of time to solve a love triangle in Riverwood, help the companions bring down the giant,
I can tell you.
how to adopt a child or how to commit murder. We're being pulled in all directions by enticing gameplay opportunities. But if we wanted to, we, a convict on the run that helped the #1 enemy of the state escape, can walk right up to the royal throne into stabbing distance because we claim to have seen a dragon.
I want to hear what she has to say.
Not only that, the Jarl's top general and top mage both take us in as a mercenary for hire. By the time we return from slaying a dragon just a few minutes later, we've been showered in royal gifts from the Jarl himself. 2 pieces of armor, a weapon, the right to buy a house in the city, the title of Thane, and a personal henchman, sworn to trigger every trap across the 7 winds. Hell, we can even roam around the Jarl's private quarters in the cloud. It is, frankly, grotesque. What should have ended in an immediate arrest instead let us skip about 10 years of military career.
It's the greatest honor that's within my power to grant.
And I loved every second of it. This is peak, no-holds-barred, shameless, high fantasy adventure shenanigans. We've just started out.
What? I can't move! Oh, the fucking video! The video! No! Yeah, I can't still. I still can't move. I still can't move. Oh, you fucking worthless piece of shit! You worthless piece of shit developer.
This is crucial. I don't need them.
Ah, damn it, worthless piece of shit developers.
The absence of the player, unlike, for example, The Witcher.
No, falling all at once.
Engaging
Fucking
with
worthless
Skyrim's
piece of
society.
shit developers can't even keep the mouse on their own fucking games on their own screen. Fucking worthless piece of shit developers. Fucking worthless piece of shit developers. Fucking worthless piece of shit developers. Come on, man, I fought too long and hard for that. You took my ability to play the game away from me. You suck dick. No wonder, you know, no wonder I haven't paid you in 5 years. I'm not giving you any money. Look at how you treat me. I'm not putting even my title. Look at how you treat me. Look at all how the games treat me. You're fucking worthless. You suck dick. What? Well, I thought it might, and it did. No, it didn't give me the right sword, but it gave me a sword. I can't move or do anything. Can't switch weapons. Can't do anything. I don't know what that was, but I can't switch weapons. Can't switch weapons. Can't do anything at all. I don't know the difference between the swords. I never take this one. Okay. You wouldn't let me change weapons or anything for 90 seconds, piece of shit developer. What the fuck's wrong with you? You saw it happen. I was hammering the keys. You wouldn't change my weapon. What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? You're a joke. You're a fucking piece of shit developer. How you can even charge money is beyond me. You can't charge money for your product. You can't charge money for this product. Because half the time it just shits on you and barely works.
Mere window dressing and technically optional. I could just allow myself to be led astray by the game's actual content and emerge from some ruin decked out in high-level gear, gold, and experience after 100 levels of dungeon crawl before even setting foot into one. Sure, there'd be no random dragons around to burn non-essential quest givers to a crisp, and I wouldn't be able to bark people off cliffs, but the point still stands, and is all the more prescient knowing that if I did do this tiny quest, I'd even have access to dragons and unlimited shouts, and am now truly no longer dependent on anyone to reach my full potential as an individual. Skyrim wants to give me maximum liberty to go wherever and do whatever I want, which means that it must untie me from the shackles of society as well. I can't be pinned down by what other people think I am, where I should be allowed to go, what I'm allowed to do and allowed to refuse to do, what I'm allowed to buy, or whether I'm even worth listening to in the first place. In Skyrim, I rarely, if ever, must ask for anyone's permission. I can just do.
Sort me out on your own initiative.
There is a society, sure, but my power over it does not really depend on my standing in it. This is why I would call this world design an individualist RPG. It takes a lot of inspiration from the frontier hero, a cowboy, a traveler and mediator between the two worlds of wilderness, like dungeons, caves, ruins, whatever litters the map, and civilization, like towns and cities, bound to neither of them but home to both. Unlike most other characters who are either bound to the wilderness, like bandits, or to the cities, like most friendly.
Can I get a fight where the developer doesn't take my controls away?
Like
Please?
Cowboy, we serve as an intermediary between these two worlds, fighting bandits, returning stolen family heirlooms, exterminating the
Please
local
stop!
wildlife,
Please
and
stop!
that the sedentary townsfolk,
Jesus
confined to the
Christ!
safety of their own homes, cannot reckon with. Is the space in between, the frontier. But that also means that, for example, becoming a leader of the companions, the mage's college, or the thieves guild cannot mean committing to a professional life-altering position. I can even helm all three of them at once, disappear into the wilderness and never show my face ever again. They're not full-time roles. Becoming a guild leader is not one of many career paths I'm now locked into, just another item of the endless list of personal achievements to be ticked off and forgotten. If the game did tether social interaction to social responsibility, it would inextricably link me to the realm of the townsfolk, and in turn shatter the trope of the wanderer between the worlds. And so, it doesn't. This genre of storytelling, based around the American frontier myth, is therefore quintessentially American. So, of course, we would find it in a quintessential American RPG. So let's take a look at how a German RPG goes about telling that same story.
Ich weiß gar nicht, warum sich so aufregt.
I think it's safe to assume most of you have no clue what Gothic is about or have never even heard of it, and that's fine. I mean, there's a reason I chose Whiterun for the thumbnail. Although, if you're German and born in the 80s or early 90s, I'm afraid you need to have your citizenship revoked, unless you can correctly identify this sound.
So let me start at the very beginning. Major spoilers for Gothic 1 in the first act of Gothic 2, and I'm really trying to keep this as short as possible. We don't want to catch the video essay vibe. The Gothic trilogy is set in a high fantasy medieval world where the kingdom of Mirtana is besieged by orcs. To fund the war effort, the mainland has established a prisoner colony in the Valley of Mines, located on a nearby island, next to the city of Korinth. However, upon trying to envelop the entire colony in a magical barrier, the king's mages accidentally trap themselves within the prison, allowing the inmates to stage a revolt and seize control. They have now split up into 3 different camps, with differing plans on how to orchestrate their great escape. The king is forced to bargain for his ore by trading with the prisoners of the so-called Old Camp, while those of the New Camp try to blow up the barrier with said magical ore. And the High as a Kite swamp camp, inhabited by a magic-wielding stoner cult, attempt to awaken an ancient Lovecraftian god they call the Sleeper, who they believe resides in an underground temple and, once awoken, will free its apostles from their shackles. And indeed, after the events of Gothic 1, in its final death rattle, the Sleeper shatters the barrier and, as we learn later, calls upon the dragons for help, who rally an army of orcs to descend upon the Valley of Mines. Actually, let me just pause here and allow me to take a brief detour on the general tone of the series. The world and writing of Gothic is a little bit more grounded than Dungeons & Dragons, less esoteric and more brutal than Lord of the Rings, but not as dark and political as Game of Thrones or The Witcher. It was developed by a team out of the Ruhr Valley, a literal valley of coal mines that drove the German industry for decades, if not centuries. Actually, some of Piranhabyte's former team have now founded a new studio.
Please turn around! I'm begging you! Please turn
An
around!
explicit reference to their Ruhr identity. Around this West German valley, ravaged by industrialism and urbanization, arose a distinct working and lower middle class regional culture, stereotypically marked by hospitality, heartiness, and crude, vulgar humor that stood in contrast to the virtues espoused by the Roman Catholic and Protestant churches, also dominant in the area. Gothic's writing has often been touted as uniquely Ruhr Valley, carrying a specific charm and crass tone you would never find in a game translated from English to German. Likewise, the German voiceover is legendary, and its use of regional vernacular
Keine Lust, den Leuten ihren Arsch hinterherzutragen, was?
may likely be lost on players that only ever experienced the supposedly awful English dub. I say supposedly because I couldn't tell. I only ever heard bits and pieces enough to want to crumple up and die. If you're an anime fan, you're likely all too familiar with the unmatched cringe of certain English dubs. Even for the footage I needed for this video, I refuse to have my childhood memories tainted by anything that aren't these familiar, lovable German voices.
Ich suche Arbeit.
Einen weiteren Knecht kann ich nicht gebrauchen.
I say all this because I think the unique social flavor of the game's writing matches, and I would argue elevates, the uniquely social character of the story. More on that. So, the fleet is gone, barrier gone, prisoners gone, our hero, who has slain the beast, is buried under the rubble, rescued by the black mage Xardas, and about a month later awakes with frail body, blurry memory, and conveniently erased skill set in Xardas' recently found Black Tower near the city of Korinth. There, the king's paladins have recently laid anchor to try and retake control over the disaster-ridden ore trade. So they locked down the harbor and sent envoys to the war-torn Valley of Mines, but also confiscated all of Korinth' produce, which has angered the local farmers, many of whom, with the help of former inmate mercenaries, have rebelled against the paladins' tyranny. Which leaves the paladins in a bit of a bind. Everything is running out. Ore, grain, and time. This is where Gothic 2 begins, with Xardas, who senses a disturbance in the force, sending us, the hero, to notify Korinth' new head honcho, Paladin Lord Hagen, of the dragons who are behind the orcish onslaught in the valley. Simple enough. So, we relieve our savior, King Saruman, of his valuables strewn about his demonic man cave, and make our way to the city. As we step outside and the first sunbeams hit our roly-poly face, we can see the obvious difference to Skyrim's level design right off the bat. Gothic's map is not laid out in such a way that it lets your eyes scan the horizon in wonder and amazement, but as a narrow, handcrafted maze with winding paths that make the map appear grander than it actually is.
but it also allows for more attention to detail, which in turn becomes more important for gameplay, and allows for the game to just block a path with a single NPC. I wonder if that'll come up again.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device.
So, we fight our way past a few goblins, a young wolf, a sheep? That's cute. Well, I have no use for a sheep, so that's another 10 experience points, thank you very much. There are a few dubious NPC encounters, one of whom tries to lure us into an obvious ambush, unless we try our luck and disclose to him that we're a former inmate of the prisoner colony. Usually, this would get us arrested on the spot. But in this case, we ingratiate ourselves to the bandit, who is also a former inmate. He instead helps us out, and we're off. We don't need to fight our way past these bandits. We couldn't if we tried. The first lesson of Gothic 2 is that true power lies in the ability to turn foe into friend. Or to find a friend. Oh, finally, just around the next bend, there it is, the city of Corines.
It's good to see its walls again.
We marvel at its majestic watchtowers. Here's the drawbridge of the southern gate, and then it's just a right turn and...
Out!
Cluster. So then, the second lesson. Where Skyrim was banking on our curiosity to explore the land off the beaten path because we wanted to, Gothic pulls up a wall and forces us to engage with it. Because if we don't, we're literally barred from venturing further. To pass by the gate, we need a good reason for the guards to go easy on us, and there's quite a few options. To name only a few, we can go work on Nobart's farm, help with the harvest, and run some errands around Saturday, so we'll know about a fresh set of farmer's clothes. Those would let us dress up as a farmhand looking to buy new tools off the blacksmith in town. We could also strike a deal with the merchant down the road to get a signed permit for the foreboding price of a minor favor sometime in the future. We can also pose as the alchemist's new apprentice by showing up with a handful of useless plants, which a former friend from the swamp camp assures us is enough to fool the undiscerning city watch that can't tell a recreational drug from a bushel of grass. Or we could also just bribe the guards, if we can somehow scrape together a sizable enough sum. So the third lesson in there is that Gothic is...
I like this guy, he's good. His name is Crocodile Gambit, I'd like to sub to your channel.
A game of dress up. It matters a whole lot whose persona, or whose colors we put on, and how we would lie our way through cross-examination. In Gothic, we can literally fake it till we make it. And then there's the potential friend or foe game again. It turns out it was worth trusting the weed mage Lester with that tip about impersonating the alchemist's apprentice. But can we trust the merchant? And what's this guy's deal?
Hey, dude. You referring to me?
Once inside, we're, let's say, greeted by Paladin Liv, who reads us the terms and conditions of life within the city walls. We also learn that we're currently in the lower city, the district of the craftsmen, low-tier merchants. Then there's the upper city, to the right, home to the bourgeoisie, like shipping tycoons and mine owners, as well as the Paladin's headquarters, and only accessible to full citizens. And to the left, we may get swallowed by the docks, which Lothar, in his infinite paladin wisdom, presents to us as a sort of no-go zone. Shall we trust him? Well, we later find out that it is a place of poverty, crime, and corruption with shady individuals around every corner. So should we ever feel the need to borrow coin from a suspiciously welcoming moneylender, waste our gold in the red light district, get punched in the face at the pub, or gamble on our own life to kneel back down the duels, the docks are our literal port of call. But it is also teeming with opportunity and many paths to success that incidentally do not involve becoming a paladin would actually lead straight through it. However, our current quest is to get to the Paladin's headquarters to the right. So, we skip through, click accept, turn right towards the upper district, up the steps, and... Right! This is just brilliant level design. Like, unironic, with the stairs right there next to the city entrance, we're required to discard the rules we were just read and instead try our luck right then and there, only for us to get slapped in the face and told to get a job. Yes, I mean it. You need to become an apprentice in order to grant citizenship.
Du bist Mach, dass du wegkommst.
Alright, then what are our options? The 5 master in the district are blacksmith, the huntsman, the carpenter, the alchemist, and the tailor. Although realistically, 2 of them don't even take on apprentices. And no matter which
by the way, will determine how we will make at least some of our money, we'll still need the approval of the other 4 craftsmen. So, hours upon hours later of hunting and skinning wolves, collecting dead, deciding not to spend it for ourselves, convincing the future we're an honest, upstanding man that would never tell a lie, and killing an orc. I didn't kill an orc. I just found an orc weapon on the ground and showed it to the blacksmith to make him think I did. You know, basically. We were finally admitted as an apprentice and in turn have become a citizen. Alright, you know how it goes. We walk up the stairs, close in on Lord Harden's town hall, and sure, they did. Halt! Next lesson, we gotta join a guild, 1 out of 3, which yet again exponentially increases replayability. Joining a faction will have major implications for who our allies will be, and the angle from which we can
Sorry
even
guys,
this
I'm just better than you. Sorry!
And of course, I can't stress enough that the factions are in charge practically.
When the developer doesn't get in the way, I win.
With a 360 no man's land of opportunity, and the factions neatly tucked away in each corner. Piranha Bytes maps
I need
tend to
to
look
switch
more like
swords.
a series of tubes, any of which may easily be blocked by a handful of highwaymen of any
9 kills.
guild, forbidden
8
lands.
left.
Or a golem. Sure, there's uncharted wilderness out there, but it's comparatively irrelevant. In Gothic 2, you can spend dozens of hours just solving quests in the city, the surrounding farms that are either in dispute or allegiance with it, and mediate between faction outposts around the map. There's no extensive network of dungeons to get lost in, no ginormous side quests uncoupled from the main conflict to waste hours upon hours, and practically everything is tied in with either of these 3 guilds, vying for control over resources and political leverage. And it's always 3, by the way. Piranha Bytes games always have you choose between one of 3 factions. You just heard me recite the plot of Gothic 1 to you. You camp, Troll camp, and the Swamp camp. So who's it now? We got the City Watch, called the Militia, who are in bed with the Paladins. Then there's the Mercenaries, hired on by the wealthiest farmer and landowner of the region. And we got the reclusive Fire Mages, living in a serene monastery away from everybody else. Ideology-wise, let me break them down like this. You essentially get to choose between the cops, the mafia, or the church. Which is to say, they're all just different flavors of oppression, incompetence, and arrogance. And the game does not shy away from making you regret your choice immediately upon joining any of them. The militia racketeer the farms just as much as the mercenaries do.
Oh my god, how did I miss him?
And the mages operate like a dragon in the form of gold, while their hard-working novices get crumbs.
Oh yeah!
Of an outward-facing veneer of altruism.
This game is pretty straightforward.
Where, for example, The Witcher whimsically asks, would you still be a force for good in this world if the world itself was pitted against you? Gothic just drops the pretense of this. No, we think you would. It's a system designed to pitch everyone against one another. So if you can't fight them, literally join them. Just to really hammer it home, to welcome a new mage into their ranks, the mages literally pit their novice hopefuls against each other in a map-wide scavenger hunt.
Viele Novizen wollen natürlich die leeren Innos in der Bibliothek studieren, damit sie vorbereitet sind, falls sie erwählt werden.
And trust me, you won't get that robe without getting some novice blood on your hands. The system forces you to either be oppressed or become the oppressor, at least in part. And while I don't agree with that nihilist sentiment in the real world, I do appreciate the raw honesty of this design.
Wie geht's?
Meister, ich arbeite hart und versuche die Magier nicht zu enttäuschen.
What's more, the only path to new gear and skills is through your guild. You won't be able to loot mercenary armor from a fallen soldier or buy a mage robe as an unaccomplished novice. You'll only be given what your membership and rank allows. Wearing the armor of a paladin, after all, should not be an indicator of your wealth or unscrupulousness, but your virtues like faith, bravery and an unfaltering crusade against weed, unless it's your own. Likewise, if you want to truly master two-handed weapons, you'll have no choice but to join the mercs. If you want to use both magic runes and be a master fencer, you have to enlist with the militia. And if you want to rain fire on your enemies or have an army of skeletons follow you around, you must go through the tiring process of brown-nosing trade. Where Skyrim is represented skill through experience, Gothic claims that you can't truly be a self-taught expert of anything. You need to rely on your guild's teachers. Now, the easiest noob-friendly way to guild membership is joining the town militia, as I said, a sort of police force, which requires you to be a citizen and ideally a rigorous vetting process that'll make American cops feel right at home. The militia combine physical combat skills with magical and privilege, you can get promoted all the way to paladin. But don't get your hopes up. The militia and paladins have 3 whole quest lines just on persecuting weed and moonshine, as if there wasn't a literal horde of orcs. It's an almost Reagan-esque obsession, really. Consequently, you can't wear militia armor around the docks. No one will trust you with guarding the installation Join the cops, and the game will make sure you know you're no longer welcome among the police. Sure. Mercenaries, on the other hand, wield no magic and instead focus on raw brawn and armor, and may even become dragon hunters, who look like Shredder of Wish, but at least you won't look like a literal mobhead. However, convincing the mob to take in an outsider requires quite a bit more convincing than the militia, like helping with organized crime and beating people up. Now, for the enviable privilege of sweeping the monastery quarters and handing out sausages to your fellow novices, yes, these are real quests, the mages just ask for a sheep? Where the hell would I get that? And a humble donation of 1,000 gold? Give me sure, just grind a few goblins in the nearby cave, which will never respawn. Here we go. They drop about 2 gold. I mean, why not? Let's borrow the money from this trustworthy fella. I'm sure this won't come back to haunt me.
Wie viel willst du?
Or I could join the Thieves Guild so I can pay a
He's
guy
gonna have to
teach
come.
me the ancient video game logic art of walking with uncomfortably bent knees to make myself completely imperceptible to affluent local homeowners.
Yeah, bitch! Woo!
Suspiciously unquestioning merchants in the square and rightfully earn my place among the virtuous, God-fearing monks. Or shall I murder the moneylender in his sleep? Can you see the exhilarating thought process here? These sound like ridiculous, insurmountable tasks, but you know they aren't. And organically figuring out one of the many ways to solve them, or maybe ask around and find a way to bypass them, is a thrilling experience I haven't seen replicated anywhere else. In fact, most encounters in Piranha Bytes games function more like puzzles. They can't be brute forced unless you're severely overpowered. There's creative solutions here and there, but for the most part, you'll need to lean on others to progress. In other words, like with Skyrim, exploration is king, but it is a sort of social exploration. Progress will not be unearthed from caves or the forest floor, but will reveal itself through detective work, rigorous networking, paying attention to people's preferences, gambling on their presumed allegiances, and just putting 2 and 2 together. As a result, Gothic may appear less like an action game and more like a really fancy point-and-click, spiced up with all the emergent gameplay, wacky physics, and scummy exploits you'd expect from a game like Skyrim, but just as its cream topping. The soggy bottom revolves entirely around ingratiating yourself to authority that doesn't care if you live or die. Now that's what I call authentic. Only once we've been accepted into one of these guilds are we finally backed by enough authority to lend our Cassandra cries some credence and be granted an audience with Lord Hagen. Once the message is delivered, we are greeted by a celebratory jingle and a pop-up of about 16 gorgeous pixels, informing us that we've now
I got some good kills here. 14 kills.
6. This quest has ballooned into a 1/6 of the game. And if we just go by the time spent, it's more like a third.
12 kills. Accuracy was 29%. 3,000 damage, 5 headshots. I'm gonna leave on this note. I was gonna leave. I'm gonna go play some Overwatch on competitive, and I'll do queues, and I'll watch this video while I wait. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun to go for a win. A win a day will keep the blues away. A win a day will keep the blues away. 12 kills and a win. Oh yeah, I can't wait to, like, you know, just be the best in the world. Oh yeah. Bye. As I log off. I love pulling a win out of fucking Fortnite. It's like the most, like, public game there is. If you can do it there, you can do it anywhere. You can do it anywhere, bitch. You can do it anywhere. 'Cause these guys, they really try. They try so hard. If the developer doesn't fuck me up and take my controls away, I win. You saw me. 12 kills and a win. You think that's a joke? No, it's not a joke. It's real. Yeah, it's real. Let's go play some Overwatch, because I like Overwatch these days. It's still a lot of fun to play Overwatch. It always has been. I don't think Marvel Rivals is good, but I think Overwatch is good.
These two experiences.
Maybe Deadlock might be good.
I think the
if they ever release it.
Fundamental difference between the two design philosophies at play here is perfectly encapsulated by our encounters.
Oh no, what'd you do?
My name's Malte.
No, you skipped it. You skipped it. You're so annoying.
Factions neatly tapped. And media.
Oh, you're so
sure
annoying. You skipped all this. I mean,
the ability to turn foe.
I don't really agree with a lot of the things he's saying either, so I'm just going to get off it. I gave him the time I was going to give.
Hey, hello, welcome back. It is that time of year, once again, where we sit down to take a look at the upcoming MMO release.
Let's listen to Hasanabi do the inauguration speech.
I love that is like the first thing he says.
Yeah. Is I'm going to take your citizenship away. Citizenship.
It's so unfair to me. The State Department and the Justice Department has been so unfair to me. I'm done with that. Except I'm not done with that. I'm just going to redirect it back to my enemies now.
Lawfare. Account locked? What do you mean account locked?
Let's get to let's watch the swearing-in ceremony as we wait for the next event.
And repeat after me.
Wait, I caught a ban? For what? What did I say? You're not going to let me play? Well, then I won't play your game. What did I say? What did I say? No, you'll let me play your game, right? I'm not account locked, am I? I'm account locked, I guess. That's the first ban I've ever caught from Blizzard. 23 years in, and I've never caught a ban from Blizzard. That's weird. For what? I didn't even cuss in the chat.
David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support...
Wait, I thought his name was I thought his name was John Don Vance.
...and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support...
Am I account locked? Oh, no. Oh, no. They just want me to verify? Okay. No, they want me to verify, that's all? Okay. I was like, I didn't say anything or do anything to anybody.
So did a billion people. Bro, Steven Crowder said, bro, what? Chat. You want to know something? Look at... Dude. That move was so insane. Steven Crowder posted it.
My heart goes out to you.
Do you understand how insane that is? My man hit that Roman salute, dude. That is not a sus moment. It's not suspicious. It's auspicious, okay? It's out there. It's out and about. Why do you say Roman and not Nazi? I mean, I don't know, because technically it's called the Roman salute. That's why. I mean, it's the same thing. He actually did two of them. Yeah, he hit the back-to-back.
What? This shit is so dumb.
The two-time. Grimes, it wasn't a Nazi salute. It was a Roman salute. The father of my children would never Nazi salute. Please, can I see my child now, Elon? Thank you for following me back, Elon.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly.
Yeah, people are talking about how Donald John Trump didn't put his hand on the Bible when he was being sworn in, and I think that's really funny because he's the fucking Antichrist, okay? You want to know
I'm just
why
blacking the screen for just a second.
He's the Antichrist. If he touches the Bible and swears on it, he will erupt in flame, okay? No, because he's Muslim. Yeah, that too. Also, that's true. That's true.
Solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Oh no, I'm not doing this way. Oh, I'm locked out of my Blizzard account. Sorry, guys. All right. Jesus Christ.
We did it. We did it.
We took over the fascist America. Yep.
Oh my God, we did it. Here, let's look at the inauguration speech as we await further activities from the day, okay?
Vice President.
Here.
Oh, my Beanit account is locked out.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts.
Senator Thune?
Justices
That sounds
of
like
the
Cthulhu.
United States Supreme Court.
Man, they even sound sick
President
now.
Clinton.
Senator Thune. Senator Thune. It sounds like Cthulhu. It's like Senator Cthulhu. Bram, 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 bram. Bam, bam, bam. Senator Cthulhu, are you present?
Obama,
Senator Thune.
President Biden.
Obama.
Vice President
Obama.
Harris,
Obama.
and my fellow citizens.
Obama.
The golden age of America begins right now.
Yeah, right. Shut the fuck up. That's my reaction to you. Yeah, right. Shut the fuck up. That sucks that's my